Hello, peoples.
Yeah, I get you, man. I will probably never run a game without Tailspire ever again.
I use Fantasy Grounds, and I've spent way
Yeah.
too much money on Fantasy Grounds
Mhm.
now to move to something else.
No, I get that. I like Tailspire because it's a one-time payment, and even though everyone has to buy it, and it's 3D instead of 2D, so it's got that like I've built this map that's in 3 dimensions right here in front of you. You can rotate the camera to get look at it from different views, and you can really it's amazing. I'm in love with it. But I totally understand if you bought into one of them. Like if D&D Beyond ever goes down, because I bought everything on there, I'm gonna have a bad time.
I have bought almost all the books, at least in triplicate, at least all the official ones.
Yeah.
So I've bought them on D&D Beyond, I've bought them for Fantasy Grounds, and I've bought at least one hard copy of everyone. All the ones that have alternate covers, I have the hard copy
Damn.
and the alternate cover.
Full on collector. Nice.
And I,
Yeah.
my one wall of my office, my home office, is just gaming books. And
Oh,
like
that's
right
cool.
now, I've got a stack of old drag. I'm setting up a game that's going to involve a fair amount of combat with lower planar fiends,
Hmm.
and I've got my third edition books on the lower planes. I've got Dragon magazine articles written by Ed Greenwood from like '88
Damn.
on the Nine Hells,
Hmm.
so on and so forth. Like he lays out like not just the demon print, the devil princes of each of the layers of the hells. He's got like the dukes and the consorts of the demon or of the devil princes
Hmm.
in those articles. So I'm
Wow.
trying to figure. I'm planning on sitting down and converting them all out. So I
Yeah.
actually have like the hierarchy of hell laid out because I
That's
don't
really
care
cool.
for how streamlined they've done it since third edition. I like the more complex and baroque hierarchy.
You like having your token levels of lore where everything has an explanation, everything's detailed out, the world already exists, and this is just a story in it.
Yes.
No, I get that. I fully get that. I do the same thing, but it's it's so time intensive that it takes a long time to really build all that stuff up. Tolkien did it over his lifetime. I haven't been around that long yet, but we'll
This is
see.
probably my fifth or sixth world I've made in the
Mm,
last 20 years. I'm
wow.
hoping this one will be my last one. I've scrapped other ones because I didn't like the direction they took in the design, and I
Yeah.
just scrapped them entirely.
Mm.
Um,
I've
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I've made probably this is the third one I'm working on right now, but like I'm doing it with a habit of like I will build it to a certain degree, whatever degree I need for the campaign, fill in details as I feel up for it, but eventually scrap it because the thing about I think about world building is the more that you go through, fumble through, aren't happy with, scrap, throw aside, start another one, using the things you learned from the previous. I'm hoping that I can like learn more by building more worlds, and then eventually I'll sit down and really flesh one out. But we'll
Made
see.
my first completely homebrewed setting
Yeah,
when I was 17 years old, which was
nice
97.
man, nice man.
And I've done probably got to be close to 10 by now since then. And some of them were more successful than others. Some were more blatant homages to other settings or historical periods than others.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
My favorite settings are probably Greyhawk, early Grey Box Forgotten Realms. I don't care for the amount of some of the stuff they put in the Forgotten Realms, especially as third edition wore on.
Mm,
And Mystara is why I learned to play D&D in.
mm.
That's the setting we used back then.
All right. I hate to cut the conversation short, but I know we're live in like 8 minutes, so I'm
Okay.
gonna go take a quick, bio break, and I'll be right back.
Spawning over there.
Haven't even started yet, and Troy's already bombarding us with money. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Hi. So for those that didn't see, we are live.
Mhm.
Test 1, 2.
Good to go.
Hello.
Wonderful.
And that's game over.
What's that?
I was playing Mini Motorways.
Oh, got it.
Perfect timing.
Yep, yep. Here in about a minute and a half, I'll be kicking off the intro for those that care.
Well, I am here, so I would hope I would care. Hopefully.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to watch the new intro or whatever.
Oh, there's a new intro for sure.
Well,
Now
I mean,
care even more.
every week that we or every time we play,
Right,
I
you change
update
it.
it. I update it.
Got you. I thought you meant there was like a new like
Nah.
animation style. Okay.
No, I'm looking at doing some other stuff because I'm not really super happy with the intro, but it's gotten us by so far. So
You know, like the old World War One footage intro with the
yeah.
black and white.
I actually kind of do. I kind of like that piece, but there's some things that I don't like, and I don't know. I've been
Everything can be improved upon and iterated, man.
yes, sir. So it looks like it's going to be 3 of us, 4 of us if you include me. So, hey, look at Corvus. Thank you, sir, for renewing your subscription.
Man,
Even though you know if you don't renew, then I'll just kick you off the group.
I like
one
to
of these.
All right.
Surprising, I haven't been kicked yet. One of these days, I'll have that level of disposable income where I can just
Yeah.
forget about subscriptions
Yep.
and shit.
Here we go. And here we are. We are back after a slight hiatus for the past week and a half or so as I was forced to go visit my brand new grandbaby. I didn't want to do it, but the party got together and said, "No, dude, no gaming. Got to go visit the grandbaby." So we did, but after an awesome week, it was a good time up in the Carolinas visiting my family. Like I said, along with my new grandson, we are back gaming here for your entertainment. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together with some of the finest gamers that the interwebs has to offer. Welcome you once again to our 5th edition Perrenland Adventures game, where every other week we game 5 way there, albeit slowly as they get their butts kicked and they go running with their tail between their legs back to the keep, and then go attack the caves once again. So yeah, if you haven't seen that, that's actually a pretty good one. But tonight we are in for more high adventure here in the world of Greyhawk, set in the country of Perrenland. For those of you who don't follow us, who haven't followed us before, our party is currently involved in trying to reconstruct an artifact from ancient times, and so hopefully they can remember where they left off. If not, we will give you a little bit of a brief as to what has transpired previously. If you saw our intro, you know that last session, or the end of last session, or toward the end of last session, they managed to recover. Actually, was it last session? 2 sessions ago, you guys managed to recover the Wyvern's Claw, and last session you got it reinserted into the totem, etc., etc. So, but before we get too much further, I would like to do the obligatory. Please follow if you haven't followed us. We broke 100 last session, so we're really stoked about that. The next goal is obviously to get maybe 200, 150, whatever, and we'd like to kind of creep our way on up there. So hopefully we can get to 200 here soon. It took us a couple months to get to 100, but it was fun getting there along the way. If you really want to show some love, hit that subscribe button. Obviously, there is never any pressure. We don't do this for the money. We do it for the fun. So, but while you are here, obviously watching our stream, you do collect what we call our Perrenland gross marks. You can turn those coins in for dice rolls that you can give to the player or to the DM. And how this works is if you pay the requisite number of coins, you can then issue a natural 1 or a natural 20 to the party. You can pick a player. You could just say the party to use it if you want. If you want to give it to the DM, we can. It must be used this session, and it has to be used. They have to have it on hand before it's actually needed. So if something bad happens, you can't retroactively throw out some coin and say, hey, here's a natural 20, and then we sort of have to go back. So we had that happen to us a couple sessions back. We elected not to do that anymore. So if you're interested in doing that, the party can always use nat 1s or nat 20s. I know a couple times it's bailed them out when a combat wasn't going quite the way that they wanted to. The other thing you can do is I'm getting ready to kick off our raffle, exclamation point random. You can be in the running at the end of the session. I will choose the winner, and then you can help me set up the next random encounter that the party has to engage in the next session. So if you win tonight, next session, whatever you and I agree upon, the party will have to go through. So that's it for talking. Let's kind of get into some gaming. I'm going to go ahead and just kick that off. So hopefully somebody will. And of course, Jacob, no, you're not eligible, so stop it. Don't even try to exclamation point random tonight, dude. Every single time Nalo goes in there and tries to join, because players aren't eligible to win. So how you guys doing? Welcome back. Let's start with you, Paviskro. How's things going with you, sir?
I got sick. I got better. Now I'm here, ready for D.
Nice. This is always good. Getting better part is the key part of being sick. So if you're sick, getting better is always a bonus. So yeah. What about you, Nilo? Jacob, how you doing? Doing okay? Ready for some gaming tonight? Been away a while.
I go to. I'm doing all right. I had a nice long week. I'm gonna have a nice check on Monday. They messed up the paycheck deliverance, but I go out of town Monday to Largo. I come back on Tuesday, and I go out of town, and I go out to Milwaukee on Thursday for a convention.
Nice. What's conventions in Milwaukee? Cheeseheads?
This one here is a cider. This one here is the Cider Fest convention. It has nothing to do with alcohol at all.
Whatever.
It has nothing to do with
Milwaukee
alcohol.
has nothing to do with alcohol. Come on, dude. They're like bushes, like smack dab in the middle of Milwaukee. Don't tell me.
Well, they do have a pub crawl event there, but no, the convention itself has nothing to do with it.
There we go. The truth comes out. Yep. Jacob's going to a pub crawl, and he's using a con as a cover. I like it. Well, for those that didn't notice, well, first of all, of course, Mercy, feeling a little under weather, isn't going to be able to make it tonight. And Figley, once again, has been stuck with the early morning 4 a.m. shift at work, so he is unable to join us tonight, which kind of bites because I enjoy Figley. Not only that, the fact that he's my son and I never get to see him except every other Friday when we game, but his character is definitely a fan favorite. But you may have noticed that we are currently missing one of our longtime players. Kaylee, who played Hyacinth, unfortunately got a job. And I say unfortunately for us because now she's no longer available on Fridays. And so um, she was saddened to let me know that she was going to have to drop, although there is always an open slot for her to come back and kind of hang with us, or maybe NPC, or I don't know, maybe a one shot or something like that where she's able to come back. But we do have Desmond has joined our group. TL Macing, welcome, sir. I appreciate you answering the call and stepping up to the plate, ready to fill in some pretty big shoes. Kaylee and Figley were my two original players when I first started gaming again after a super long hiatus. Figley talked me into starting up some 5e games, and we took it to the local game store where we were joined eventually by Paviskros and Nilo, who are obviously local to me. So we did face-to-face gaming until everything crashed with COVID and we all went online and sort of regrouped here. But yeah, dude, welcome, man. How are you? Tell us a little about yourself. Where you at? How long you been gaming? I know we've been talking a little on Discord about it, but I'd definitely like to kind of put it out there to our audience as who we have gaming with us tonight.
Well, the TL Amazing stands for Travis.
Okay, now we know.
I'm in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which really is a place.
Whatever.
I work in taxation, and I've been gaming since I was 9 years old.
Nice.
So that would be 87.
Very cool.
I'll be 43 next year.
Dude, you're old, man.
Thanks.
Like,
I appreciate that.
No problem. I'm like 56, so don't even think. So we're good, man. That's awesome, man. So I think you talked that you had done Greyhawk and a little bit of Forgotten Realms. What else? Anything? Because I know
I learned to play Mystara.
Oh, nice.
And I generally make my homebrew
right
settings, stealing a lot of stuff from a lot of fantasy novels and the stuff I like from Greyhawk and the Forgotten Realms and Mystara.
Nice. Well, we definitely appreciate you, like I said, stepping up to the plate and taking in filling in a role. We still haven't 100% figured how to work you in, although I have an idea in my head how we're going to do this. And you'll find that a lot of what I'll do, especially because my party loves to go left when I'm thinking they're going to go right. And so there's a lot of ad hoc things that just kind of happen and stuff, and that's kind of how we're going to...
That's right. You've always been good with that.
Got to keep you on your toes.
Yes, and usually it winds up with tieflings getting their wings ripped off by a giant or something like that. But
wing ripped off, dunked in a pool of ooze.
Look, man, so we keep going back to this, all right? It was Paviskro at that time, that wasn't his character, but it was his fault that you guys went up into the house on the hill.
No.
So
I refuse.
No, okay. It wasn't his fault we went onto the house on the hill. He was just incredibly eager to go.
Right.
And then we all followed like
that
the blind sheep we were.
There you go. Adam's character was forceful. He was leading the party. And so they wound up in Castle Amber. So for those
this is part of a
Castle Amber is not a nice place to be.
Well, I didn't know it was Castle Amber at the time, sir.
When they start speaking French at you, it's Castle Amber.
Look, my friend, let me just put this into context. The rest of the party, much to my chagrin, decided that they were going to start a food truck. That's cool. They served every single person, every single place we ran across, except the creepy mansion on the hill, because, it's a creepy mansion on the hill. Obviously, it's going to, like, abduct us or some shit like that. I'm like, that's metagaming. We should go stay at the mansion.
Yep.
We should go see if they want food. You have a food truck. Come on.
That's correct.
Let's go.
And they got up there to the mansion, and suddenly the mist surrounded them, and the next thing you know, they're in Castle Amber. But it was good fun.
Yeah. The only thing that might have been worse if it turned out to be Castle Ravenloft. I mean, Strahd doesn't need a food truck very badly.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
He needs the food truck drivers.
It's a different kind of food truck.
Right, exactly. So
those are called cadaver wagons.
For the record, by the way, I am playing currently in a Curse of Strahd game. Please, no spoilers.
Okay, cool. All right, you hear that? Anybody out in chat? Remember, no spoilers about not Castle Amber, but Curse of Strahd, the adventure that you can get online and download and go look at, or you can buy it at D&D Beyond and read through it. So nobody talk and put anything out in chat. So that's your
Wow.
one time. So
Feels
To
so
be
special,
fair-
Sean.
It's weird, in fact, the adventure is semi-randomly generated. It's kind of hard to spoil
know.
that one.
yeah,
Yeah, I know a few things about it because I
Yeah.
glimpsed through it before I knew I was playing in it.
right.
Uh,
All right.
To be fair, if there's a vampire in the area and everybody donated 1 pint to him, the entire town would donate 1 pint to him. He would never have to feed on the townspeople.
Yeah, dude, the thing is he doesn't just want to feed, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes, we can talk about Curse of Strahd, or we can talk about Strahd the guy all day long. But let's get into tonight's game. So, right now you guys are actually, as you recall, you're back in Christchurch, right? So, while you've been moving about the land recently, traveling the main road to Traft, and then through the swampy, frozen marshes that surrounded Dagavok, up the rocky hills, back to Christchurch, the weather, while cold, and I admit bitterly cold at times, has been relatively clear. That stopped today, however, as a heavy snow has begun falling in the early morning pre-sunlight hours and has continued its way all the way through sunrise. While outside isn't quite blizzard conditions, the heaviness of it forms a blanket that limits visibility to maybe 30 feet at most, even less when the wind begins to pick up. The snow brings it with a heavy, wet chill, and the tiny town of Christchurch shows little signs of life outside, everyone electing to gather around their hearths and drink hot drinks in an effort to stave off the cold. Even the hardy workers living on the edge of town, those who you saw and you met when you got back who have come up belonging to Traft High Point Construction Company, have decided they'd get nothing done today. Their workers, rejoicing in a day off, have joined the townsfolk in flooding the common room of the gorgeous dwarf. There's not an open seat to be found, and many find themselves standing about in crowds around the table, occupied by friends and co-workers. Last night was a bittersweet moment for your fledgling crew as Hyacinth received a magical message from Desiree, her companion monk in Traft. Something of an urgent nature has occurred, and something she refused to discuss with the rest of the party. And in the dead of night, before the onslaught of the snow, she struck it out alone, heading back toward Traft, apparently. While she's capable, you know from experience what one may find out here in the Highlands, and so discovering her gone this morning does not really sit well with any of you as you sit around your table enjoying your morning breakfast. You still have a major task before you. You've been tasked, for lack of a better word, to go to the small town of Dryken to the south and seek out a person named Kalinda Cruel. She's one of the Vursvard clan, the same clan as Nailo, and has information regarding the location of the Yeti's tooth. But now, down one in your number, it seems like the difficulty of the task has just grown exponentially. And that is where we are going to pick up tonight's session. As you guys find yourselves seated around your table, fortunately being friends with the owner of the tavern, Sog, the half-orc female who owns the gorgeous dwarf, has given you guys a seat right close to the roaring fire as you sort of thaw yourselves in the morning chill. Even though there's a fire roaring, you can actually feel the chill sort of coming through the windows as you look outside and you can see the heavy blankets of snow falling. The tavern is as full as you've ever seen it since you've been in town or in the tavern itself. As like I said, it's completely packed with workers from the Traft Construction Company who, as if you may have forgotten, came up here and is building or rebuilding the roads leading out of Traft to the south, because the roads that run along the coastline run through Dagavok and the swamps, and so they've elected to, hey, let's try to get some roads back here. There used to be roads that ran through these hills going to the south and to the west into where the mines and stuff were. And the roads to the mines have begun to open up and they've been cleared out fairly well. But the ones running south toward the direction where you're heading, as a matter of fact, are still overgrown and heavily unused. Or I should say very rarely used, and so they become heavily overgrown as the wilderness begins to reclaim its own. But it is morning time. The sun has scarcely cracked the sky perhaps a half an hour ago as you guys are sitting there looking to decide what you intend to do. Everybody around here looks familiar, looks fairly familiar as far as you've seen townsfolk here. You don't know any of the workers, but you recognize their work clothes. Most of them are wearing the same sort of dungaree type of clothing. Just regular heavy leather pants, cloth shirts, etc. But there are a couple of folks around here that look like they may be outsiders, and in particular, sitting at one table, you can see an individual that has a very weathered look about him. He's got that sort of bronze, sort of sunlit skin, and an auburn shock of hair. And Desmond, why don't you go ahead and give yourself or give the party a description of what they might see Desmond doing as he's enjoying his morning meal at the table.
Well, he kind of hunches over his plate like he's got ready to elbow off anyone that might want to, reach in and take his food from him, which doesn't look too civilized, like he spends too much time outdoors. His chain shirt has a bit of rust showing on it. Looks like he hasn't shaved, or like he hasn't noticed he hasn't shaved, and he's got a large round wooden shield on his back even though he's indoors.
So does your shield, does it have any symbols on it or anything like that? Perhaps a clan symbol or anything like that?
It looks like it might have, but the paint has worn off it, so it's built mostly bare wood and blackened iron.
Yep. So there's one thing also that I wanted to check with you. I should have checked before game time. However, everybody who served in the war, whether they were the Auswegen, and for those that don't know, the Auswegen is the regular standing army. They have like the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Auswegen, and each one had its various things. But they also had the Pax Mercurii, which is renowned as a mercenary fighting force. So the mercenaries in Perrenland are very renowned in their ability to fight and bring victory to whoever they're serving, and they were very big during the war. But the big thing about the Pax Mercurii is they always had some kind of a badge that they would wear that would indicate a rank or some kind of an insignia that they were Pax Mercurii, because they didn't have regular army clothing that was issued to them, etc. It was just their normal clothing, but to identify them, they would have various badges and whatnot. Now, having served in the war in the Pax Mercurii, you would have one of these badges, but it's up to you whether or not you would display that, because some of our players and NPCs that they met do display them, and others, while they did serve, they don't display it openly on their person or their clothing. So that would just be something, if you were to wear it or display it openly, that is something that the party would notice.
Yeah, he's got a kind of armband on his upper arm.
Right.
It's kind of visible, but not like he's showing it off.
Right. So Nyolo, having served in the Pax Mercurii, you as well, Perviskro, you note the armband immediately, and Nyolo, you in particular recognize the color striations of someone who had fought probably some of the same ground you did up on the northeastern borderlands with Ayus, and perhaps even into the woods, because the fellow has sort of an outdoorsy look about him, and from the looks of him in the armband, it looks like he could be one of the scouts that served in the various mercenary companies along the borderlands with Ayus.
Yeah, Nyla's the half-orc. She has she wearing looks like plate, and she has also markings as the Max Mercurii. He might recognize her symbols from the Bitter Pass, but she'll just definitely keep throwing glances over at him.
Okay.
She has her shield on, her sword, and all that good stuff.
Right.
Would you, Jacob, say that Kubiskro would notice that you notice this person in the same way, because we both served in the Pax Mercurii? we kind of honed in on this guy.
Yeah, you have.
I'd say we both would have immediately spotted the
Yeah.
army. From what I understand,
Right.
that happens a lot. Though
Right.
I don't know if you would have been able to recognize the actual.
Yeah, so
Um,
you don't recognize
Yeah.
the colors. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Give me a history. Give me a history check with advantage, because you know Pax
Absolutely.
Mercury.
All right, I'll do 1d20 plus 4 copy with advantage. It's only a 10.
Okay, so you
Average.
so you recognize that this individual was a scout of some kind in the Pax Mercury, but the color striations you don't know where, right? So usually the colors dictated the region that they were at, whether north, south, whatever, and you would recognize those that were toward the Shield Land areas where you had served and whatnot. So, but these color striations you don't recognize, but you definitely recognize the armband itself as being someone who was a scout of some kind.
Yeah.
would
Yeah,
they
for
have
sure.
the same color as Nilo then?
Different color striations than you have, but not that you were unfamiliar. These were individuals that were woodsmen.
Got you.
These
Okay,
were
I
you guys were
get
in the,
it.
yeah, you were in the past mountains type things, but you had seen these color striations, so that's why you knew that he was somebody that worked along the borders, probably in the woodlands that bordered both the mountains here, the Klatspur Mountains, which sort of form a border between you and Ayus, and then in the woods as well. So on the other side of the mountains are woodland, the woods and forests and whatnot. And so absolutely, it looks like someone that probably served in that region.
Right. All Pavisco cares about in this circumstance is that he's Pax Mercury.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna look at Nilo and say, and then look back to him and say, and just kind of like look at our empty 2 chairs there,
Right.
and just say, and just kind of like turn my hands up, kind of give a little shrug, like I'm trying to say with body language, should we invite him over here?
Right.
You can. I'm gonna put my hands up and kind of try to suggest we invite him over here with my hands. That works too. That works too.
Okay.
So Nilo being the upfront person she is. Okay.
Are you trying to be stealthy at all when you're doing this, sort of between each other, sort of like?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No. well,
So
I don't know Pavrisco, but Nilo is not that.
yeah.
I'm about to shout over to him here in 2 seconds if
So
Jacob doesn't.
Desmond,
No, I
as
was
you're
getting there.
hunched
I was getting
over, Desmond is as you're hunched over your plate, sort of eating your food, and you guys are sort of enjoying blow out my eardrums.
Wow.
Thank you very much. May I have another? Sorry about that, folks, if it gets too loud for you. I actually, as a sidebar, I found a piece of software that allows me to create a virtual channel. So I can actually use that virtual channel in OBS. So I can actually get music from anywhere now and add it into my mixer. So it doesn't have to come on through Astral or anything like that. And I can do the various sound here right through OBS and stuff. So hopefully that'll work, and then you guys will be able to do your own.
Oh, that means chat might be able to hear it too then.
Yes. Yep. So, all right. So anyway, so like I said, Desmond, as you're sort of hunched over and you're kind of eating your breakfast and stuff, intrigued by the fact that this place is run by a half orc female, no less, but she has a deep growly voice that almost sounds male. But she is adamantly female, as well as her 2 or 3 barmaids that run around, as well as some young busboys, if for lack of a better term, are running around helping to deliver the food. Sog, as busy as she is, has this big smile on her face because business is booming, especially with the construction company in town. Having arrived here last night, you saw the snow coming, and you were fortunate that you found this place because you knew that there was a heavy snow coming just by the look in the clouds and your experience in the mountains and whatnot. You sort of glance around the room and you can see mostly townsfolk, plain clothes, whatever. But over in the corner by the fire, you note that there's an odd mix of individuals that has the absolute distinguished marking of an adventuring group of some kind. You can see that there's a gnome sort of sitting there chewing away on his food. You can see that there's a half orc as well as a human male and a human female. All of them sort of in their own way, have just a look of an adventurer about them, but together you know that they're definitely a force of some kind. And as you're watching, they seem to be talking amongst one another and looking in your direction. And almost as you look over, one of them seems to gesture at a seat that's available at their table, and an apparent offering for you to come join them.
And Nilo stands up at about that moment to go approach him.
Okay. And as you do that, you see this hulking half-orc figure wearing plated mail of some kind, a heavy armor. All of their clothing appears to be heavily tailored with furs and stuff on the inside to help with the cold weather. Have at it, Nilo.
She's gonna walk on over to him and stand right beside him. I've noticed you're sitting here by yourself. Our table seems to has a few empty seats. Some members have departed for various reasons. I'd like to offer a place at our table if you'd like to join us.
Desmond looks up from his plate and kind of growls in Orcish. Are you asking me on a date or asking me to join your group?
Neither. I'm asking if you join us for breakfast.
Well enough, I'll stand up and pick up my plate, holding it carefully in front of me.
She'll lead
And
him
turn to
back to the
Colin.
table. Alright, so she comes back. She sits back down in her spot.
Don't everybody speak at once. Bubby will say out loud.
Right? So you walk up, and you're sort of holding your plate, trying to get through the throng of people, growling at people who seem to bump you, almost spilling your food. But eventually, Desmond manages to grab a seat next to the gnome. And as you sit down, the gnome looks over. Figly, and you are?
I look the gnome up and down, and then say, "My name is Desmond Ockvasser."
Desmond Ackvasser. Can I call you Des? Is Des okay?
Des is all right.
Okay, Des. Guys, this is Des. Des, this is Mercy. And the female just sort of nods as she goes back to her plate. This is Pavriscro. He could almost throw fire, but not quite. This is Nilo.
Almost.
This is Nilo, but you've already met. Why are you here?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Figly. It's not like we have, our own ability to introduce our names. But
Well, I'm sorry.
Go on.
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Did I give your name wrong?
No, you're good. I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Well, I was returning from the company, and I have nowhere else to go back to.
Desmond, if you could give me a your passive perception is 14, but I would like to see what your regular perception is. So if you could on Astral, give me a perception check.
Sorry, learning to navigate. Just a second here, I'm getting down there.
Nope, you are totally fine. So on your character, you could do it clicking on your character sheet, or if you open the chat in the bottom right, you can just hit the die 20 and roll it, and then just add whatever in your head and tell me whatever bonus you got, right? So that's what I used to do. I just click the dice and then hit return, and that'll roll the dice for you. So, okay. So yeah,
I am focused on my food.
you are focused on your food. So do you have any bonus on yours? So you rolled a d20. Is there any? Do you have a bonus on your?
Yes, I do. My modifier on that is +4.
Okay, so you would have got a 6. Okay. Yeah. So even the passive would have been a higher anyway. But anyway, so yeah, I was just checking to see. You, for one, although you don't know these guys, you do know that that this area is known for the mining before the war. in pre-war, a lot of the mines and stuff sort of really started going down as people left. Number one, the mines dried up a little bit. Number two, people leaving for the war, for the mercenary companies and whatnot. And so, but now this region has brought in adventurers because the mines are opening back up. And in particular, you heard rumors that there is a dragon on the loose in the mountains. And so that is intriguing to say the least, although nobody wants to face a dragon, but that the thrill of that type of adventure brings a lot of people here. So what brings these guys here, you have no idea. But as you look around, you can see that each of them, except for Figley, has some kind of an indicator that they too were Pax Mercury during the war, although none of them have familiar faces that you would have known.
Would he recognize my symbol as from the same area as him?
Probably the color striations, yes. You would have recognized Nyla as a sort of a, I don't know what you
She
want.
was a one of the station soldiers at the Bitter Pass.
Right, exactly. But still, it's sort of a trying to think of the word grunt, right?
Oh
So
yeah.
she
was a foot soldier.
exactly,
Nothing more.
exactly. So you recognize that she was a foot soldier in the same region that you served, although you were more east and into the woods. She looks to be more foot soldierish and toward the mountains and stuff like that. So Paviskro, though, you have no idea other than you can tell he was an arcanist of some kind.
So, where did you serve? What was your name? It was a Desmond? Yes?
Desmond, yes. I served in the woods near Aouz.
I see. And how did you like or not like the war?
I don't mind the chance to kill orcs, no offense to present company. And I don't care
Yeah.
much for the monsters they push towards us.
The orcs cause their own troubles. And my fault what they do.
And what brings you here to Christchurch? That is the name of that place, yes.
Yes.
I'm looking over to...
Yeah.
I'm looking over to... No, that's in character. I'm looking over to Nilo, just like, that is the name of the place.
Yes, this is Christchurch.
Yes, cool.
Couldn't remember where we were.
I just can't remember where we're going.
I'm on my way to nowhere in particular.
Nowhere in particular. I've not heard of that place before. Yeah.
It's not very exciting.
Is
Yeah.
it
You
on
here for
another
the dragon?
Unfortunately, we have other matters to attend to. But if you are looking for work, we've made a fair amount of coin doing what we're doing. And we just recently lost someone, so...
Unfortunately, I'd rather not be fighting a dragon right now, especially with the mundane gear we have. Usually, people who go fight dragons have a lot more men or more capable equipment.
Yes, well, Nero, if we were going after the dragon, we would be prepared for it. That's why I say unfortunately. Unfortunately, we are not ready for that, so we do not deal with it now, yes? We are on the same page?
I'm still working on the unfortunately part, but
All right.
continue.
Moving on. We recently lost one of the members of our group. What would you classify her as? She was a sort of martial artist.
She
with
was a
some
martial
mystic-
artist, yes.
Yes, with some mystic powers, and she has unfortunately left us to pursue more personal matters. Yeah. So we have a slot to fill in our little merry band. If you're going nowhere in particular, perhaps you'll go nowhere together with us then?
Sure.
Well enough. We divide any spoils we come across evenly. And I think that's really all you need to know.
This is true.
Nilo's gonna do a good old clap and hold a mug out for a toast.
As Figley agrees to that, I could drink to that. So where are we going next? We gotta go to Dryken because we gotta go find the Yeti's tooth.
Yeah, that is the thing we are looking for, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
by the way, Desmond, we're looking for a Yeti's tooth.
Figley,
Bigly.
Yeah.
Area.
just a moment. Yes,
location.
we are dealing with matters that are best not spread too much in the open. For an
Oh.
yes.
Okay.
I am speaking to Desmond, but also Vigley, I guess. It is better that we do not talk too much here about what we are doing. But let us just say that it is for the safety of Christchurch and all of the.
Yes.
Yes.
Shh. Don't talk loud, Desmond, because people around here might hear you. As you
Yes.
guys look around and the crowd is just roaring and thumping with song. Nobody paying attention to anybody whatsoever. But you never
Look,
know.
man, you never know.
You never know.
Somebody could have cast clairvoyance on our table
There
to
you
hear
go.
everything we're saying
That's
perfectly.
it.
Who knows?
There you go.
I
That's
don't.
it. Yeah.
Anyway, Pavisco is going to look at Desmond and say, so anyway, if you are good with doing a job you know next to nothing about and probably won't know anything about for the next few days in exchange for an equal share of the pay and spending some time with some fellow servicemen and I suppose a group that's not too subtle about what they want and what they're doing. I'm gonna look at Figley, but also kind of like the rest of the group.
Figley looks at you and shrugs. He's like, with the eyes open, like, what I do?
Yeah,
What I do?
Pavisco's like knowingly, like also talking about himself.
Yeah.
It's like, then I will drink to that, and he'll kind of like raise his mug and kind of like
I
offer some
drink
cheers.
to that too. As he claps his mug
I don't
in.
mind.
Okay.
I get the impression Figley drinks a little bit to everything.
You are correct. To a nice, safe, and
Just
through
no,
this trip.
just no hydras. Hydras bad, not hydras good.
Yeah, do not worry, Figley. You would not even handle the henchmen, the wild boars leading up to the hydras. I have seen how many times you go down. You deserve that drink.
Figley does good.
No, he does.
He does.
When his players here.
Yeah.
Figley does good when he's hitting something. He
Yeah.
doesn't do very good when they start hitting him.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly right. So, you guys manage then to come to some sort of an accord regarding Desmond joining your merry band of adventurers. Breakfast goes relatively quickly. The snow continues to fall heavily outside. What do we want to do? Are we going to go ahead and just leave and head in the direction that we need to head? Or are we staying in Christchurch for the time being? What do we want to do?
Do we have
quick.
any reason to stay? Have we all done our training to get our
Yes.
class features?
Yes.
Okay.
You guys, you guys are all third level, right? So everybody should have all
Gotcha.
their class features and all that stuff. So, and
Question.
no, there was, you guys had just returned from Traft.
Right.
Because you were heading through Traft and you were going to go through Traft and then down
Yep.
the back side of the hills to
Yeah.
go to Niederschlaus. Niederschlaus is a county made up of 3 small towns, of which Dreiken is one. So, that's
Thank you.
Question. With Hyacinth gone, the only person in this group now that can administer aid would be Pavisco. Can I get her healer's kits?
no.
Because I know she got extras right before she had to leave the game.
Yep, but that's her stuff. That is her gear. I'm not going to take that away from her character.
It's okay. We'll be fine.
Besides, who knows? Maybe there's other people in your group that can heal.
Perhaps.
But if you want
I
to
can
stop,
do a little bit of emergency medical attention.
Yeah, you and me both.
he's a field
but,
medic.
Yeah, that's my job too. Hey,
Yeah.
nice. Anyway, but as you were saying, we are leaving today. That is the plan. Yes, let us
Yes.
eat,
Hyacinth
drink, get
left.
full. We've got a long journey.
Hyacinth left with all the medicine we have. We should probably grab some before we leave.
Yeah, you were trained in first aid, no?
I was trained in basic. I'm not nearly as efficient as she was, but I can get it done.
You know what? Go ahead and give yourself 2 the healer's kits because she bought 4. I'll let you have 2 of them.
Oh, that's nice of her.
I remember she just bought a whole bunch right before
She
she
didn't buy that
left.
many because she had a whole bunch, but she just restocked. She only bought like 4 or 5, but I'll let you have 2 of the ones that she bought.
It is about 4 or 5 more than I normally journey with, so this is good.
Yeah.
But anyway, let us eat, drink, get ready. We've got a long journey ahead of us.
Yep.
And if past experience shows anything, then it's not going to be nice or safe. I'm looking at,
Yeah.
looking specifically at Nilo, who jinxed us earlier.
Right. Exactly.
I said fortuitous too.
Or, I guess we have that one. One of 3 going for us, so that is good odds, yes?
Move you guys to the outside map just so you can see. Just so everybody can see where the party actually is now. Here we are in Christchurch. The punt down here is actually on the other side of the water. So down here, on the edge of at the edge of this particular hexagram, or a hex, I should say. This is where Niederschloss lies, and so the 3 villages lie along this estuary, is what they call it. So they lie across here. So you guys are, like I said, you're up in Christchurch. There's no real roads leading out of Christchurch down the backside, although there are trails and half roads that are overgrown and stuff like that from lack of use. So that is sort of the route that you guys will probably be taking. So, as you can see, each one of these hexes, I believe, is on this map. I want to say those are 12-mile hexes. I think each one of these hexes is 12 miles. It might be 24, but I think they're 12. So I'm going to go with 12. So you can
So
see.
we can travel like 2 in a day.
Yeah, 2 in a day, but in this weather, it's going to be
Slower.
half movement. In the heavy snowstorm, traveling through the woods with no roads and stuff like that, it's going to be half movement. So I'm going to say you guys are going to be able to get 8 to 10 miles in a day, which should get you to Dryken. If you left now, barring any unforeseen circumstances like tripping and falling over a cliff or something along those lines, you guys should be able to make it by sundown.
M boogers. Who's that for?
Monkey boogers. Who's it for? Natural 1. Who you giving it to, Monkey? Come on, dude.
Yeah, we'll find it.
We'll find it.
Any player.
Oh yeah.
So it's all
No, and so that includes the DM then. So the DM can claim it then, right? No, I guess not.
No, you're a dungeon master, not a
Oh,
player.
damn it. All
Yeah.
right. Let me take note of this. Nat 1 for. So if you guys get a natural 20 when you hit my monster, you can swap it for a nat 1 if you want.
That's what I'm going to use it for sure.
All right, thanks, Monkey. We appreciate it. And once again, for those that are joining or haven't watched before, obviously you can trade in your coins in order to give a natural 1 or a natural 20 to somebody in the party specifically, or to the whole party in general. Totally up to you what you want to do, or if you want to give it to the DM, right? Feel free to do that. So you guys go outside, and although Desmond, are you on Astral? Can you see the maps and stuff like that?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
I moved my token out of the way so I could see what was going on.
Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put you guys outside here in Christchurch, just because I know you may have not seen all of the town maps that we created. So this is the town, and this is just some backstory for our new player as well as anybody else that hasn't been here. Christchurch is a small mining community in Perrenland. The mines have opened back up after the war. The town itself is starting to come back together. The party originally came here searching for coin to hire on as basically sell swords to help protect the mine shipments and stuff like that. They got themselves involved in a little bit of a kerfuffle here in town, where they managed to root out a werewolf who was seeking to destroy everybody in town, as well as tried to garner the favor or what did I want to say, groom, if you will, a young girl who was afflicted with lycanthropy as well. He was trying to bring her into his fold, and the party managed to root it out and slay the beast and save everybody in town. And as a reward, they were given a home here in town, which is currently under construction, and it probably will be in this weather, at least for a few months, until springtime, when the home should be done, and you guys will then have a house with like 4 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms, It's a little bit bigger spread than it originally was. So this is the town of Christchurch, where the party sort of they consider it their hometown. Down here near the market, off on the left-hand side, on the other side of the road, has actually built up into a tent community, as the Traft High Point construction has arrived in town just a few days ago, or a couple of days ago, and they are going to be building the roads south. So they have actually started setting up shop so that when they get some clear weather, they're going to go start working on the roads, clearing out the woods and stuff like that, and build those roads. South. But as of right now, they're just tracks and trails and overgrown remnants of old roads that were used back in the day. So I just kind of wanted to give that as a backdrop for anybody that may not have seen that before, and I know Desmond may or may not have seen that in some of our streams that he watched. So anyway, so you guys find yourself outside the gorgeous dwarf, looking as you can't even see to the other side of town as you slowly work your way in town. It's cold out. It's probably mid-20s, a high of maybe low to mid-30s today. But it's just the heaviness of the snow that sort of hits you, and it's that thick, sort of heavy snow that sort of is almost like it's wet as it's falling and stuff. It's just heavy. And you guys begin to trudge your way through the building drifts of snow in the main road of town as you begin to head south. Anything we want to do before we actually leave town?
Yes, actually.
Okay.
Those horses we brought in.
Yes.
Were they taken care of the way we had talked about?
Absolutely. Yep. The kids in the stables took care of the horses. You guys are welcome. You're going to take the horses with you, or are you just going to leave the horses here until you get back?
Would the horses be able to traverse this terrain?
So it'll be difficult because it is rocky and it's sort of some sharp slopes, although with roads they could, but right now you're not really sure because you don't know what the trails are going to be like. It's quite possible you could lead them down, but they may just slow you down, so it's going to have to be a choice you have to take.
Why don't we leave the horses with that one gentleman, the one that's been taking care of the Gilly family animals?
Yeah, my view of... Yeah, if you think it is wise, you are more native to this region than I am, so if you think it is better, then let's do it.
Well, we've already worked with him in the past. Just a couple more coin and it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, take care of it then.
Yeah, before we leave, she's gonna go hunt down that person, wherever he may be. She's gonna ask around for him. I forgot his name.
He's actually oh my gosh. Yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can find the notes here. I've got his. Trying to see. No, I don't have his name handy, but I know he's actually. They hired him, or they gave him the position of the lawkeeper now.
Oh,
if you recall, he was that big fellow.
That's right,
As you remember, yeah. He's oh my God! Yeah, he's like right in the tip of my tongue.
Phase 1 of Hyacinth not being here anymore.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I have all the notes though. I've got so many notes that I was just looking back at my notes. So give me.
But she was really good at it.
Oh, she was real good at it.
In that case, she's gonna.
He's the lawkeeper. We'll find the name later.
What we need to do is we need to make sure she's at least listening to the stream so she can hit the chat and give us all of the notes that we need. What's she doing? She's sitting at a desk. She's got nothing else to do but get online and tell us what's going on.
Find the lawkeeper.
Yeah. All right. No. See now. I'm going to look at it right here. I'm going to open up the old adventure because I got all my notes here, but I don't have his. I don't know exactly where I have his name. So let me find. Where is it? I'm going to find. Damn it! I'm really angry now because I had the guy's name.
So how are you tonight, chat?
Stop it. There is no giving the DM a hard time. Damn it. I had it. It's like it was right here too. All right. So here's George is killed. George Gilly. This gives me the list of what's going on in the adventure. The coroner, if you guys remember Oswald, got him. Oswald, he died too, for those that wanted to know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a nice
Slash.
little grave. We'll see it on the way out.
Slash right through the back.
Sogs in.
Slappy McSlapper.
Yep.
I distinctly don't remember that being his name.
His name was
I
Oswald.
think we're good on that.
Yep, his name was Oswald. I can find that easy enough. Why the hell can't I find this guy? Oh my god, this is killing me. I'm really not liking this. It doesn't have his... I know I didn't make him up because they talked about... Oh, maybe it's under at the end under NPCs. Maybe that's it. I hate doing this but my ADD kicked in and I have to know. I have to know. Here we go. Farth Bearhorn. Found it.
Farth Bearhorn or Froth Bearhorn?
It's actually pronounced Frarth. F-A-R-T-H Bearhorn. An enormous man
Farth
from
Bearhorn.
somewhere up north. Yes. And he actually he came from what you guys found out was that he was from to the north, obviously, up in the Blackmore region, which Perrenland sits sort of north, and then you've got the plains above that, and then above that is Blackmore, which is sort of like a frozen tundra, and then beyond that is the land of black ice. So, sorry folks, my ADD kicked in. You just have to bear with me. If they ask me a question, I will find the answer. And I can't I can't believe that I didn't have that in my notes. Maybe it was under Christchurch. Oh, found it right here too. Poof, Farth Bearhorn. God, I'm a knucklehead. I should have just, because I have notes per session, but I also have a whole Christchurch. I have all the towns, and I have notes for different towns and stuff like that. And so all I had to do was go to Christchurch notes, and there he was right there with all my NPCs. So that goes to show you. That's why I used when I used to play back in the day online, I used to put all my email tags, alias the Bumbling DM. That's me. Because here we go. All right, Slappy McSlapper. Shut up, Bunky. We'll talk about Slappy McSlapper on Monday night. So I apologize for the interlude here. I appreciate you guys hanging with us. So yes, Farth Bearhorn is the new Richter, right? The Richter being lawmaker, lawgiver. Sort of that's what that translation means. And
So yeah, I'm gonna go.
no,
walk around
he
town.
is actually in town hall, right? So he and the mayor are in there sharing some tobacco around the hearth that's blowing smoke in the town hall because somebody apparently hasn't cleaned out the flue very well, and so you got a lot of smoke coming out of the top. But there's also it's backed up a little. So as you walk in to the smoky town hall, the mayor sitting there toking on a pipe along with Farth, as he sort of looks over, he goes, "Hi, I know you. How are you?" As he stands up, all 6'8" of them or whatever it was, with the big, huge, broad shoulders. Now he's actually wearing leather armor, whereas before you saw him, he was wearing more outdoor clothing like cloaks made of bear skins and stuff like that. As he sort of steps toward you, reaching his big, hairy paw out, grabs a hold of your hand and shakes it. "So, what could I do for you?"
She shakes his hand firmly. And a bit of a step up, huh?
Sorry, I'm just reading Aethernalis' thing. Sorry, Adam, didn't mean to yell really loud. My wife tells me the same thing. She's like, "Jesus Christ, you're loud." It's like, yeah, I know. But Farth is a loud guy. As step up, yes, at least I have a roof over my head.
Well,
Come, share tobacco with me. As he sort of sticks a pipe in your face.
all right, she'll take one hit on the pipe, and then
As it hits your
pass
lungs
it
and
back.
it burns, and you can just feel the smoke as you're sort of whatever they're smoking is not smooth at all. It's like like they probably picked some grass up off the ground and wiped the snow off it and stuffed it in a pipe and stuff. It's really ratty.
Is it better than the Macari stuff?
Better than the what?
Better than what she would have had in the Pax Macari?
Oh, I don't know. Probably. I mean, it's tobacco.
Depends on who was smoking it.
It's tobacco, yeah.
Probably
tobacco.
not, considering she was a foot soldier at the pass.
Yep.
I am glad you are the one dealing with him.
Yep.
Not you.
As he sort of takes it back from me, he goes, "So, what can I do for you, little person?"
She cocks an eye, but lets it go. Well, we've come across some horses, and you're the last one we came to when we had some animals we need taken care of. I know you're the Richter now, but we were wondering if you'd be willing to take care of these horses for us while we're gone. We're headed south for a while.
Sure. I will talk to Sog, and we will keep them there. Is this okay? Is this an acceptable bond with you?
Yes.
And
yes, it is.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is amazing.
Yeah, it's a 10, isn't it?
No, it's not a 10.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
We don't have too many passive, high passive.
Yeah, both my passive intelligence is a 12.
Yeah. What's passive?
Perception's a 10, yes.
Okay. So, even though you're not like the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to spotting things right off, he's talking different. It's like this job he's now trying to sound more like upscale and
He wants to sound
aristocratic, right? Whereas before he was this old on the road, woodsman bear guy, wild and stuff, just talked like that, you know what I mean? When he talked, he sounded like a bear talking, right? Now he sort of has the words that he's choosing to use have a little softness to them, like he's trying to be more aristocratic and official-like. Apparently now that he's in a position of authority, he thinks this is how he's supposed to act, which you find kind of funny, but,
He went from being a used car salesman to thinking he's a BMW salesman.
There you go.
Oh, God.
Instead of used cars, he's selling Maserati now, you know what I mean?
Oh, God. All right.
So,
if I buy how much does a Maserati cost in gold pieces?
a lot.
Okay. He's just gonna ask him the same price as before.
Yeah, sure.
It was what, 1 gold, right?
No idea.
Or a
He
couple
doesn't
gold.
have any idea. He has no clue. You can tell that he's like he
alright.
looks like
He's going to
looks
fish
side to
out.
side. He goes, sure.
We had what, 4 horses?
Yes.
She's going to give him 4 gold, 1 for each horse.
Oh, thank you. I shall make sure they are well taken care of.
And as she passes shoulder, she mentions, by the way, it comes to my experience that the more the folks can relate to you, the more receptive they are of you. No need to change who you are just because you've gotten a new job.
I am still Frarth. I have not changed. As you depart, and he goes back to sucking on his pipe and blowing smoke, filling the room.
She gives us a bit of a quiet chuckle and walks back out to join the rest of them.
Okay. So, you guys are outside for a few minutes. Are you going to want to just wait in the snow? Or, are you just going to wait for Nyalo to come back? Or, I'm not really sure because, like I said, she went in. You guys are still outside. Give you guys an opportunity if you didn't want to stay outside. Or, it's only 2 or 3 minutes. It's not that big of a deal.
I'm
I'm going to
cast-
stay outside with my hood up.
Okay.
I'm going to check and make sure my sword is loose in its sheath.
Okay.
It's basically a bastard sword.
Okay.
And otherwise, I'm kind of acting like the weather doesn't bother me at all.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm going to cast prestidigitation to warm my clothes for the next hour.
Okay. Can do that if you pour oil and set them on fire too. Oil burns for about an hour.
I could do that for you if you like.
But then I can't use the clothes anymore. This is a problem. I would rather use cantrip.
Okay.
I wish I had prestidigitation in this game, even though I hate the spell.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that I'm a
Fight.
Highlander, I figure I'm used to this kind of weather.
Right. Okay. So, like I said, you guys are outside for just a little while. when Nyolo comes back, and you guys find yourselves headed south, um, leaving the town of Christchurch behind you as you crunch your way through the snow. Um, I would like um, for everybody. Well, first of all, is there anybody going to take up to be the lead as you guys head south? Um,
I am.
because so Desmond, you know the outdoors. In particular, your skills are particularly good in the mountains. However, you're not in the mountains right now, so you won't get your bonus for anything that you do ranger wise in these hills, right? So you're not quite to the mountains yet. If you go about an hour to the east of you guys, you would get into the mountains. But as of this moment, and probably for the rest of the day, you're not going to be in the mountain. So I know you get special skill bonuses and stuff for mountains, for like nature checks and stuff like that. Um, but like I said, as of right now, you don't. However, you guys have never been to Niederschloss or Dreiken. However, you do know the general direction to go south, and then sort of turning a little bit to the east as you're going down the backside of the hills, heading to the estuary and to the lowlands, if you will. So with that said, since Desmond is taking up point, I would like now there is not going to be any opportunity for anybody to help in this. This is a single individual skill of I would like a nature check, please, in order to make sure that you guys stay at least on track on some kind of a trail as opposed to getting yourselves out and lost.
Hey, isn't that survival?
What did I say? Nature? Sorry, you're correct. It should be survival. My apologies. You're right.
Yeah. And since he's taking the lead, I can't help him, but I do have a cantrip that's designed to guide people
Okay.
called Guidance.
Yep.
Can I use that?
Sure, I would allow that.
Cool.
I'll allow that. Yeah.
So you can add a d4.
That actually gives me a total of a 21 because my bonus to survival is actually a 4 out of 3.
Okay.
I put in the 3 when I thought it was nature.
Okay.
Very nice. And I will just declare DM to get it out of the way because I know you don't like it if I don't do that. Obviously, this morning I cast my normal morning rituals that I've done like a million times now.
Okay.
And the owl is going to be following us and keeping a lookout for baddies.
Okay. Yep, we can do that. So really quick, I just want to show. So Desmond, if you look on Astral, I've selected your character. Hit the space bar; it opens up your character sheet. Now you don't have to. We can add additional abilities down in your bar down here, so you don't have to open up your character sheet if you don't want. So like I said, if you see I select your character sheet, and on the bottom down here you can see it's got the different abilities. The first one is initiative roll, the next one's a longsword attack, longbow attack, unarmed strike. The C is for cure wounds casting. The H is for hunter's mark. So if you don't want to roll the dice and type it in yourself, you just have to click that and it'll automatically send it to chat for you.
Okay. Can we add perception,
Yeah.
survival,
Yep.
and stealth to these?
Yeah, we will do that, and I'll show you how to do that when like I said, I apologize the other day, I completely spaced it, but we'll get together and
No problem at all.
I'll show you how to do it. Now, that said, you can click the space bar to open up your character sheet, and you can go right here and you can like highlight or hover over athletics and click it, and it'll send it to the chat. Right, so if you're a lot of times if people are on their computer they can do it, but if you're on mobile it's a little harder.
There it goes.
Yep. So but we'll go with your original roll with the 21. So, yep. So
Sounds good to me.
Yep. So like I said, and then you can see here it actually rolls for advantage or disadvantage for you as well. It rolls them at the same time. So, even if I don't tell you to do it, the dice will roll it for you. That way you don't ever have to roll it twice. So anyway, so there we go. So you ended up with a 1 + 4. That's 21. So
You can also modify the code to roll
we
different
can.
things at different times.
Yep, we can do that. I'm not going to worry about the code stuff though. But I just wanted you to know that if you didn't want to type it yourself, you can open up your character sheet. And like I said, you are correct. We can add additional things here. I don't know if there's a limit to how many you can add. There probably isn't.
I don't know, but but essentially you can have it set to where you click the option before it rolls the other dice.
Yeah, no, 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 not that. I'm just talking for the quick action, so he doesn't have to open his character sheet. You just select the
Oh,
character, and then your highlight bar at the bottom's got them all. So, I
I
just kind
think
of
that
wanted to
is a hard
highlight
one.
that to you. That's one of the things I wanted to go through with you because I know you haven't used Astral before and stuff. And so we actually just started using it when we started this game. Previously, we used Roll20 and stuff, but I like this interface better. There's stuff I don't like about it as much, maybe, but there's the majority of it I really like the interface better. Now if they can just
That's why
get
there's
mobile.
only 10 buttons down there. You can use your number keys at the top to use them.
Is that what? Because I would think,
Oh, that's
Yeah,
pretty good.
because I just clicked my 2 and it used my longsword.
nice, I dig it. Okay.
That's why there's also a 0 at the end.
Yep. Yep. Perfect. All right, there we go. So let me clear chat history because I'm ADD about that too. All right, so you guys, I'm going to put you on the world map now. Oops. Let's go. Move party here. And you guys slowly work your way down south. As the original party members watch this newcomer work, you find yourselves fairly impressed as you're moving through. What you see is nothing but a blanket of snow white on evergreen trees that are standing tall and casting shadow. As you guys move south, you see nothing but flat snow, but the slightest little indentation, the slightest little um, curve of the ground indicates to this newcomer Desmond the proper direction that the trail goes, and sure as shit, if he isn't right 100% of the time, as he navigates you guys south out of Christchurch into the Rocky Hills south of you. Eventually, you can see the sloping earth as you work your way down out of the hills, and in the distance you can see the depression that is caused by the estuary where the Lake Kvog sort of bleeds into the small rivers run inland, and you can see that some of it forms a swampy depression that they call the estuary. Eventually, just past midday, you can see in the distance through the trees and the hills and the valleys, as you're coming down out of the mountains, you can see small little wisps of smoke beginning to appear as some sign of civilization in the distance begins to make itself known. Eventually, as the sun begins to make its trek to the west, you guys can see three distinct communities of buildings, all of them surrounded by some kind of a fencing or a wall protecting them from whatever dangers may be coming out of the mountains or whatever. It is obvious that you have found yourselves now in the community of Niederschlaus, and as you work your way down in, you discover that Estuer is named for the estuary, so but this town is called Estuer, forms the central sort of larger community that appears to be open to public people going in and out. You can see that although they have gates and stuff, their gates are open and traffic is flowing freely. You can see two other communities, however, and a road sign as the roads become better and more well traveled as you get out of the mountains and into this community. You can see that signs dictate to head to Estuer, or off to the right is the town of Dryken, which is where you guys are supposed to be headed. Passing.
Gonna
What's
call
that?
that out. She's gonna call. She's gonna call. Draken's over to the right.
And it takes you guys perhaps another half an hour before you get to the gates of Dryken proper. Now, Dryken is a little bit smaller than Estuer was, and one thing you see that it is a closed community. Although there are gates and they're think of it as an old Western sort of fort built with wood logs with the little pointy tops and stuff like that. Which, by the way, sidebar, if you have never known why the logs and stuff were pointed at the top, y'all need to look up Arlo Guthrie. If you've never heard of Arlo Guthrie, he's a folk singer, and he did a song called "The Story of Reuben Clamzo and His Daughter," sung in the key of A. Now it's on recorded for all posterity and Twitch and YouTube. So Arlo Guthrie and the story of Reuben Clamzo and his daughter, sung in the key of A. He tells
He's
you.
Woody Guthrie's son.
What's that?
He's Woody Guthrie's son.
Yeah, that's fine. That I didn't know, if that's true. I did not know.
Woody Guthrie is one of the inspirations for Bob Dylan.
Oh, is that right?
Folk music
Okay.
is one of my primary
There you go.
musics I listen to.
Yes, so Arlo Guthrie, Reuben Clamzo, and his daughter, sung in the key of A. He tells you why they had those pointy things at the, or why they carved them to be pointed at the top. Absolutely classic story. So anyway, that's my second sidebar of the night. Let's see if we can keep those to a minimum. You guys arrive at the gates of Dryken. And as I said, it is a small community with a wooden fence running all the way around it. It has some backings of rock wall around it as well. Let me, and we're going to have you guys, I'm going to put you up here. Now, this is not to scale, obviously. As you guys find yourselves outside the town at the gate. And I'm going to see if I can't find my... There we go. So anyway, you guys arrive at the gates of Dryken, and the walls going all the way around. There's a guard tower sort of right here centralized where the gates are, and from the tops of the gates you can see that there are two guards, both of them armed with longbows that you can see. Also, they have a rack of spears pointing out from the top where they're standing. The gates themselves are maybe 10, 15 feet high, so they're not like super high, but it's just enough to form a protective wall around the small community. The guards are up there to go, "What do you want? You have no business here unless you are a member of our community."
I'm here to speak to a clan's member of mine, Kalinda.
I'm sorry, say that name again.
Kalinda Cruel. She is a member of my clan.
So roll a persuasion check, please. Go ahead and give yourself advantage. Good. So, how do you know her?
She's from my clan. A messenger was sent to me from my clan who told me to come here and speak with her.
And this clan is called?
Hundar.
I have not heard of this clan Hundar.
Verswood.
Vursvard. You are a long way from home from Vursvard.
Yes, I am. I came this way to speak to her.
And who are these with you? As he sort of points to everybody who's joined you.
These are my companions. I've been traveling with them for some time now.
You wait there, do not move. And you watch as the other guard sort of draws his bow. He doesn't point it at you guys, but he sort of draws it back, tightening the twine around the arrow as he pulls it back a little bit and just holds it in place.
She crosses her arms over her chest and just taps her foot. She's mildly annoyed at this.
Okay.
I hold my hands up, and I'm not like reaching for the sky, but I'm holding them up about shoulder level.
Okay.
Yes, hands up, don't shoot.
as you sort of stand there and you hear the creaking of the gate and the shattering of, or the clattering of a bolt as or locks or whatever they are, and heavy chains as they sort of undo, and you hear a loud creaking and grunting as a pair of guards pull the gate open and they step through. And the guard you were speaking to is a human male wearing studded leather armor. He's got a sword at his side. He's bearing the city symbol or the town symbol, obviously, or what you can only assume is the town of Dryken. And he sort of steps up and he looks you over. He goes, "Do you have proof of your clan?"
She is going to maneuver her armor on her arms to reveal the tattoos that her clan uses.
Okay.
Which would match if Kalinda was from her clan, it would match roughly.
Okay. He sort of looks. He goes, "I do not care for tattoos. You have paperwork that says you are of this clan?"
These are my clan markings. Kalinda would carry them too.
I do not think so. Be gone with you. And he turns to leave and goes back in, and you hear them pulling the gate closed.
She's going to step forward to where they can't exactly close the gate.
Okay. As they go
I
to
take
pull
a
it
deep breath,
closed,
step back.
as they go to close it, and you go to step in, he's like, "What do you think you're doing?" And he draws his sword, and you see 3 other guards appear from the other side of the gate. 2 of them with bows, 1 with swords sort of drawn and pointing at you. "You do not come in here without an invitation. You will
I am
wait
not
here
coming
until
in.
further ordered."
If you would be so kind as to ask Kalinda Cruel about me, or perhaps have her come out so I can speak with her. But I am here to speak with her at my clan's request.
"That you will stay outside the gate until we find her and confirm your identities."
Thank you.
As he
And then
closes
she
the
backs
gate,
up.
closes the gate in your face. The sun begins to set. The snow has lightened considerably, although from the standpoint where you guys are now, the winds out of the mountains are being funneled right across the estuary. And outside the gate, there is little to no protection, as the trees and woodland features have been beaten back to a significant distance away from the village itself. So you guys stand outside, as I said, little to no protection as the temperature begins to drop and the wind begins to blow. While we're waiting, I'd like everybody to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Out of
About-
curiosity,
Yes.
the cold weather gear I bought says
Yep.
I think you might have homebrewed it, but it says you auto succeed on saving throws against extreme cold.
Okay. Try
yeah.
to.
I don't know if you homebrewed that.
Well,
to be
there
different,
was
but
some
the-
homebrew stuff, but it wasn't. It wasn't. Let's see if we had anything for the cold
Yeah.
on my game
If-
notes.
Yeah.
No,
As long
there
as the
wasn't-
cold weather
no, there wasn't
clothing
anything-
remains dry,
Yep.
it automatically succeeds saving throws
There-
against cold effects of extreme cold.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. I mean, I actually do have some
Yeah.
cold weather stuff,
I
but
know-
it's actually for more mountains and stuff like that, where it gets
Right.
really cold, because failing the saving throws gives you levels of exhaustion as you go and stuff like that, right? So.
Right. So what I'll say is this: I have that. If I need to, I can cast Prestidigitation to warm my clothes again for
Right.
another hour.
Right.
Um,
Right, but I would still like everybody to give me a saving throw, whether you consider it to be automatic saves or not.
And how long have you been out here by now?
Right now, it's only been a couple minutes.
Oh, okay.
So, however, while you guys are standing there trying to keep yourselves warm, trying to use the gates if possible to give yourselves a little bit of a protection from the wind coming down. The Provisco doesn't need it anyway. I'm going to have to talk to the guys in Astral about your dice rolls, Adam. We're going to have to get that fixed.
you need to talk to them at Gamers Plane too,
I know, right?
and Avray and D&D Beyond,
I
and
know.
also my physical dice.
I know. Cheater.
What about
cheater.
roll 20? Is roll
Yeah.
20 is roll 20
I don't know.
biased against you as well?
All right.
Look, man, I've hacked physics at this point. It doesn't
That's
matter.
it is. I don't think the dude ever gets under a 20 or a 20 total when he adds all his bonuses in, so it's hilarious. All right, so you guys managed to sort of defend yourselves from the majority of the wind. Obviously, your warm weather gear gives a significant aid in protecting you from the wind, but also due to the fact that you can prestidigitate yourself a little bit, move yourself up against the gate to protect yourselves. It takes about a half an hour before the gates begin to open again, and the guard sort of comes out sheepishly, maybe more subdued, definitely. You will follow me, please, as he turns and leads you guys inside the village of Dryken.
I want to make it known, Nyla has a smug ass grin on her face as she walks in.
Okay.
Hey, what was your name again? As I'm like walking into the gate.
I am the guard. That is me, the guard.
I'm gonna walk over to him, get a little bit closer, and just kind of look down at him and say, "I'm sorry. What was your name again? I couldn't hear you."
This is not your business. You will follow me, and we will go to Galinda.
I'm gonna look to the guy behind him. You, what's his name?
Bartholomew,
I'm kinda-
Bartholomew is always getting himself in trouble. Please don't cause him any more trouble. He is only trying to do his job.
Thank you, Bartholomew, for seeing reason. I just wanted to thank him. You see, everything is fine.
As
I shake my head and just kind of follow quietly.
you guys work your way into the village of Dryken. You can see that it's actually a fairly busy little village. It's much more contained than Christchurch is. It's a little more packed together community-wise. You can see that there is a central a wall that runs down the center of town that you might not normally see in a village, but you see it all the time in where did that go? Oh, that's kind of interesting. Where you can see that a separate part of town is on the northern side, and possibly where the leaders of town are and the town hall and stuff like that are on the other side, where the main business side of town is on this side. Immediately walking in, you can see.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Immediately walking in, on the left, you can see for such a small wilderness type area, a very beautiful design inn of some kind. It has a huge front porch coming off, and this is building 2, by the way, to your left. You can see that it's a 2-story structure, very well made, looks to be relatively new. It has a large sitting porch with several chairs out front, or not so much chairs, but like bench areas where people are sitting outside and appear to be just enjoying themselves. Even in this cold weather, they're sitting outside and smoking their pipes and stuff. From inside, you can see that it is well lit up, and it looks to be fairly busy with folks inside. To the center of town, you can see probably the largest structure appears to be some kind of a town hall. A long, low building, has a high roof, but it's a single story with high peak roofs and stuff. The snow sort of piling on it, and the slope of it is enough that you can see snow every once in a while, like a glacier, or not a glacier, but in the mountains when snow breaks free of a high hill and goes sliding down. You can watch little break-offs sort of slide down and fall off the edge. So you're led in through the center of town, past, like I said, the town hall. You pass by in the center of town. They have a huge bell, which is where number 1 is. Is this large bell. Apparently, it's sort of a signal bell. you've never or you haven't seen one, at least not in Christchurch, but here you can only assume that in the event that some major emergency happens, somebody comes in here and starts banging on the bell with a large hammer or something to reverberate through the town to let people know. But where you're actually ended up being brought to is area number 6. As you guys move in, you can see this structure is maybe 40-foot square, give or take. It's a single story. It appears to be a tavern of some sort. And as you guys enter in or get close by, you can see the light spilling out, and of course the blazing fire inside is causing smoke to rise up. It is a well-lit area as light spills out of its windows and out of its main doors, and you can hear loud singing coming from within the tavern. You can see a huge sign hanging from the outside. It says this place is known as the Celestial Badger.
The Celestial Badger. Okay.
The Celestial Badger. That is correct. That is a name.
Kind of looks at the name, says it under her breath. Her comments. Pretty sure that name has some history to it.
Jeez, well, most names do.
So,
Alright.
what do we want to do? Obviously, I'm assuming we're going in.
Yes.
Yes, we are here to meet your contact. Yes, you lead the way.
All right.
Take my.
Yep. Nyla will follow. If the guard is still leading the way, she's gonna follow them
Yes.
inside. Otherwise,
He
she'll
opens
just
the
lead way
door
herself.
and he points in, and you can see sitting across the room not by herself, but at a single table is a woman, and you immediately recognize the clothing and the style of her colors as Clan Vursvard, as it is sort of the black and red sort of colors. She doesn't have the traditional the depiction of the pointed down sword anywhere that you can see, but she's definitely wearing the colors. Sitting with her is an individual, is a male of, I'm not, maybe 45, 50 years old, has sort of gray blonde hair, so very, not really long hair, but sort of short, tied, pulled back in a very small ponytail. Very effeminate looking, very sort of thin, and like I said, as you look and you see this guy sitting with her, could be a girl as well, but it's sort of from what you can tell, the individual doesn't have one sex or the other. Walking in, the inn itself or the tavern itself is fairly busy. Maybe 2 dozen people in here, singing songs. You can see there's a single bartender sitting back behind the bar, a guy probably in his early 20s, maybe middle 20s at the latest. A couple of barmaids running around and serving people. An interesting thing that you see, Paviskro, you immediately take note. You can see this large black cat sitting on the window ledge, sort of draped over it. I mean, think of Garfield, kind of, instead of on the couch, sort of sprawled out on this windowsill with his face pressed against the cold window, and you can see the breath coming out as it sort of fogs and then goes away against the window. It sort of fogs and goes away against the window. And then as you walk across the room, even above the din, you can hear this. Just a loud meow as you guys are led across the room to meet your supposed person, whoever that person is. Cruella DeVille. Oh, sorry, no.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah,
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, Kalinda Cruel. I did that on purpose so we could all think of her as Cruella DeVille, but it's Kalinda Cruel. So anyway, you are now within.
Not even Corel, it's just cruel.
Yeah. So you have arrived at the town of Dryken. You are now within the confined walls of the Celestial Badger. As you approach,
You have.
as you approach the Kalinda, who you assume is Kalinda, sort of turns. She's middle-aged, 45, 55 maybe. She has salt and pepper hair, rather lengthy, and she has it braided from. She has it pulled back with a ponytail, but from the ponytail where it is, instead of being open, it's twisted and braided and knotted, and it's got like string or twine or something rolling through it, holding it tight together. She kind of turns. She's got a hawkish kind of a nose, a sharp kind of a chin, and she sort of looks. Her eyes are just a deep brown in color. Her face is sort of pale, but it has a little bit of a weathered look to it. Her lips are thin and sort of pursed together. She sort of looks at you as she comes in, gives a nod to Nilo as she recognizes your clan symbol upon you. Excuse me. And she sort of slides over. Please take a seat. And as you arrive, you see that the gentleman that she's sitting with is in fact a woman, a female, a human woman, and she as well wordlessly sort of slides to the other side, allowing you guys room to sort of gather around and join them at the table. As you sit down, you hear another loud from across the room. Michaela, hush! The woman at the bar says.
Oh no!
Not the bar. I mean the woman at the table with you, sort of says.
The other one, not
Correct.
Kalinda,
Not
right?
not Kalinda. The other woman says that.
Sorry, I have a friend named Michaela who unironically wears cat ears sometimes. So this is a little too perfect for me right now.
Yes.
Is
So
her hair black?
yeah, is her hair black? Yeah, we can make her. We can make the cat any color you want it. Whatever this
Nope.
does to improve the picture for you.
Moving on.
As I said, this is a theater of the mind type of a scene because I don't have any of the bar layouts or anything like that. It doesn't really add anything. So, hey Doc, how you doing, man? Appreciate you showing up tonight. Don't forget, go tell all your friends, family, and whatever they need to join us. Let's get our viewership going. I think we're losing viewership to Anna tonight, but that's okay. If I have to lose to anybody, then I'll lose to Anna because Anna's pretty awesome. But maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get a raid by Lord Kazumba. That'd be kind of cool. So, that being said, they welcome you, and the woman that's sitting, the other woman sort of turns. Would like to welcome you to my establishment. I am Neri. This is Kalinda, who I believe is whom you are seeking. This is my establishment. May I get you some food and some drink? I hopefully that your travel was safe and uneventful.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yes, very uneventful, unfortunately.
Oh.
Not all uneventful.
Oh, you mean the other day? Yeah.
Oh,
Today was.
Well, perhaps then, if you are lucky, you will get some excitement soon.
Yeah, perhaps.
May I take your orders for drink or food? Is there anything that I may get for you?
Do you have anything with spice?
Of course. I'll take an ale, please. Anything in a cup. That's what I do. Anything with a cup. I'll be fine with my ale. As she waits for Desmond, Nilo, anything for you guys that you prefer?
Nalo will speak up next. I'll take your most familiar dish and an ale, please.
Is venison good? We recently had a stroke of luck, and we were managed to bag a pair of deer yesterday, and we
that
still
is
have venison left.
amazing. That is
In this
amazing.
weather,
Yes,
in
please.
this weather, it is very, very rare that we are able to find animals as such. Typically, is more fish type, but yes, we were lucky. So yes, venison and for drink and a cup for you.
Yeah, please.
Ale for you and a cup of ale for you.
Cider, if you have it.
Ooh, I will see if we have some. Do you wish this hot or cold cider, sir?
Hot.
Hot it is. Any spices, any nutmeg or cinnamon or anything of this nature?
Plan's fine.
Plain is fine, okay. As she departs with your orders, leaving you to yourselves with whom you assume is Kalinda. As she sort of looks at you. So, I am glad that you have made it. Did the clan say anything to you?
Yes, they said a few things. I suppose they spoke with you as well then.
Oh no, I informed the clan. I have been seeking and searching for this almost my whole life, and I believe that we have found what we are looking for.
Oh, you picked the most opportune moment to find it.
Well, as the stories are true, then you have the totem.
The totem is safe.
Are you sure? Do you trust those who hold it for you?
I kind of glance over Paviscro. I give a shrug. It's safer with them than it would be on the road.
Is it big? I have never seen it, but I hear it is big. Is it big?
It was what? 7 foot, right?
7 foot tall, roughly 1.5 feet around.
It's about 7 foot long,
Grand, then.
1.5 feet around.
It is rather large, yes.
Is it complete?
Yes.
But with the exception
No.
of the Yeti. The Yeti is all that is missing.
No, it is
yes.
not complete.
But-
Yes, we are missing. No. We did not let you finish. Sorry. It is complete, except for the Yeti. Yes.
Well, then we must seek it out immediately. Then there are those other than us who are on the lookout for this.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
By any chance, would you be aware if Lutilda has a successor?
Lutilda. Where did
Does
you
she have
come?
a
Where did you
successor?
come this name? No,
Well,
the demon
she
which
sent-
lives.
She sicked some warriors on us.
The
some
demon,
hunters.
the demon which lives. She has
Oh.
unnatural life. She must be
That
ended.
is disturbing.
She must be ended.
When you
There are those that say that she learned arcane power from Igvilv herself. Which does anybody not know who Igvilv is?
I know Tasha.
Yes.
Uh,
In the context of Greyhawk.
Yeah,
Not
get-
specifically in Greyhawk. I think they were based on the same like.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so Igwilv, the witch, who is rumored, or not so much rumored anymore, to be the mother of Ayus. She actually subjugated Perrenland a couple centuries ago, a century ago. I forget how many years, but it's been a while. And she dominated the lands, and she was eventually overthrown, and the people sort of got their independence back. So,
was I ever given a name at any point during any of my research on the totem on who the dark power that those cultists were serving was?
So, no. However, you actually, when you went to Dagavok, you saw the two symbols that were on the door of the temple that you guys had to put the keys in. One of them it looked like a spiral, like a hypnotic pattern of a spiral, and the other one was an upside down pyramid. Those
The
two.
hypnotic spiral was I use, right?
No, the two symbols
okay, that's
together.
fine.
Two symbols together would go.
Out of character, I know what that is. When I know what that is in character.
No, because there are those who talk about like unnamed gods or unnamed entities and stuff like that, but nobody really knows that much, because in my particular world of Greyhawk, it's all legendary, like Drow. Drow are, for the most part, legendary. Nobody's ever seen them, although every once in a while you see an elf with black skin, you're like, that's kind of odd. But Drow are still sort of spoken about in whispers and stuff like that, especially amongst elves. So you may have, well, I would say probably not know who he is, but you may have seen those symbols before. So if you would like to give me a religion check, go ahead and give me a religion check. And we'll. So you actually have, during the war, you saw those symbols periodically. Very strange because they weren't IUs. They were working with IUs in the war, or they were fighting for IUs, but none of those symbols that you saw were IUs in nature. And so,
what is I use a symbol? Real quick for reference.
Oh, good question.
I almost never game. I don't time I ever game Greyhawk.
That's kind of funny because I'm not 100% off the top of my head. Somebody might be able to tell me what it is, but I thought it was a clawed hand, but I think that's Vecna is actually the hand. So.
That one
Vecna's the hand and eye together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize that one. I believe that came up in our last
I use
game.
a symbol as sort of a skull. It's sort of like
It's a grinning skull.
Yeah, grinning skull.
Grinning skull, okay.
Yep, and actually, well, I can't do it. Well, I can.
So, how much would Nailo know? Because she's a warrior. She studies magic, but she's not exactly a studies religion whatsoever. But would she know that this figure that Kalinda mentioned is the supposed mother of Ayus?
Oh, Igwilf? Yeah, that's legendary. That's like general knowledge to people, right? So,
okay.
So Igwilf, the Witch Queen, got down and dirty with Grost and allegedly had Ayus as a result. So I'm going to post this in the live chat. So if you guys want to click on that link, that'll just show you what the symbol is. I don't have it here. I should actually find something or put something on my page here or on OBS where I can just pop in a picture really quick just to kind of show, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. So, she says that that Vlutilda is apparently the original Vlutilda who is artificially keeping herself alive or in some state of life. So, my clansmen, as she looks at all of you like you're all Versvard clan, whether you are or not, what do you know? Oh, tell me this. Do you like warm weather or do you like the cold weather?
I'm happy with the cold.
Then where we are going is not to your liking. Does anybody know who is Jorami?
Do I know that?
Do you know who Jorami is?
Jorami. Is that something Nailo should know?
Give
Is that
me,
like a check?
yes, I'm going to ask a religion check from everybody, please.
Can I use my last religion check?
No.
What?
I rolled a 21.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, see, this is why. What?
That's all right. Adam will make up for it. He'll get like a 28 or something.
I'm away from my keyboard, so give me like 2 seconds. Sorry.
Oh, no!
All right, 2 seconds, you're up.
All right.
I didn't think I was gonna have to make a check.
My apologies.
Here. No, you're good. I was.
Wireless headphones are great.
Yeah, they are. All right. Religion with +4 plus 1d4 from guide. I would not cast guidance in this circumstance. Nope.
All right, Desmond, you wanna give it a try? I am going to.
I will try.
All right, I'm gonna look and see what. Give a. Where's my religion?
Paviskro, you failed us.
It is not my job to know everything.
Yes, it is.
Going to.
And you better be paying me a lot more.
That's for her.
Well, of course,
And
the
I'm
blood
going
hunter would
to-
know.
And I'm going to give.
She's a discount cleric without the healing.
Yep. All right, so let me pull up my chat. What do we got? So we have a 4 and a 5. Desmond with a 14. Mercy. So Mercy nods her head, and Desmond, you know as well. So Desmond, if you know real life who Jorami is, go ahead and say. If not,
I recognize the name, but I don't remember who that is.
so Jorami, as Mercy looks and she's The goddess of fire? Yes! The goddess of fire! Did you know that in our very own mountains, just to the east of here, we have our very own volcano? Mount Hellspar. And all of you recognize the name Mount Hellspar because Hellspar is literally a volcano that's not too far away from probably a day, 2 days tops in good weather, I should say. Good weather travel, 2 days to the east. It is a dormant volcano, and although they say dormant, every once in a while it does give off a little bit of a steam, but it hasn't really like erupted in like a really, really long time. And so she tells you that to the east is Mount Hellspar. It has been beginning to be much more active in the past years or so. I personally think it is going to erupt, but fortunately there is not a lot of communities around it. There are some gnomish communities. Well, you gotta let them know that this thing's gonna blow. We just can't let all the gnomes die. As Figley starts to like listen and what's going on, and she says, "No. Trust me. If this goes, nothing is going to survive in the area. So the only way is to get them to leave their communities, and I don't think this is going to happen. But we will see."
This is not an easy thing to drag people from their homes,
Yes.
especially for a threat they do not believe in.
Yes. However, I believe that I have found where we can go into Mount Hellspar, and deep within her bowels, in the volcano, I believe this is where we will find the Yeti's tooth. But we must be cautious and take care, because as you already know, there are more than one clan looking for this, and we must get there before them, because if they get it, they can hold the power of the totem. Fortunately,
No.
we have the totem, but if they get the last piece and they are able to take the totem from us, this could be a very dangerous thing. We must find the totem, or we must find
No.
the Yeti's tooth.
Right. How did you come by this information again?
I have told you I have been searching and researching, and as I looked through old and ancient text,
Yes.
we discovered that these entities that worship the dark gods, they have an affinity for fire, and I found stories about a priesthood that worshipped the god Jormi in Perrenland, and I thought this was odd because Perrenland
Yes.
does not have fire. We are a snow and ice country. However, we do have some spots that are hot, if you will, and Mount Hellspar is a logical place, and I do believe that there will be passageways that lead us into the volcano. We can perhaps find one of the fissures and go in this route, but we must go and seek for this for ourselves.
I got a question for my clan. Like my clan, the Hundar, is like my specific group is because I don't know enough about the Greyhawk clans to really go full blown into it. How rare is it for a Versword? I think I said it right that time.
Yep.
For one of them to betray another clan's member.
Not.
None
It's
at all.
not.
Okay.
If you're
All
a
right.
member of your clan is clan, right? So you
Gotcha.
are-
Okay. I just
Now
want. I
there's
just wanted to
always
check.
there's always stories of traitors and people that maybe want to go to a different or don't agree with what their clan's doing, so they split off. But more times than not, I would say that you're going to have more militant groups split off, or less militant groups split off, than people that actually turn their back on the clan or do something to screw over the whole clan. Somebody may do something to screw over somebody in a clan, but the clan themselves is like a very tight-knit family. So a very proud people, people that are very freedom-oriented, and so that's why they get so paranoid due to the fact that if somebody else has the power, there are those unscrupulous clans that would utilize that power to subjugate the rest of the clans, and we can't have that. So Vursvard is hoping to get the totem so that they can destroy it. Apparently, that's what they want you to do, is by getting the totem, it will then reveal where it was made, and you can take it there to ultimately destroy it. And that's sort of the goal.
Alrighty. So, with that information, I'm certainly a lot more trusting with this woman now. I didn't know the value of the loyalty here, but a lot more trusting. Nilo is more or less completely at ease, even though she does look over her shoulder every now and then.
Right. And so she sort of looks around the table at all of you. Is this agreeable with you? Are you willing to escort me to these mountains, and then we can find a way into the mountain and then go find this Yeti's tooth and have it returned to its rightful place on the Sturgeon blood totem?
Sure. You want to come with us? Is that my understanding?
Yes, I will go with you, but the extraction or the retrieval of the tooth, wherever it may be, this is incumbent upon you. I am just there for when you return with it to ensure that it's disposed or taken care of properly.
But
Right.
if Matilda is still alive, that's going to cause problems. You are capable of defending yourself, yes?
Of course. She sort of smiles and a half smile.
What is more specifically, your skill set? Or what is it that...
As she's sort of sitting there, and you watch as her hand sort of begins to glow, and that glow goes from sort of a pale yellow to a small little dot of orange light. Should I release this, it could cause significant harm to everybody in this building. And it sort of goes away. And Paviskro, you realize that you just witnessed somebody calling upon the arcane energy to cast a fireball.
Yeah.
I have a way of managing the arcane, as do you, I'm sure.
Yes, I see.
I am able to defend myself if necessary. And if blows come to blows, I am a very fast runner.
It's a good skill to have, I suppose.
Running is a very good skill in these parts. So, we are agreed then. First thing at first light, we leave, and then we head for Mount Hellspar.
Alrighty.
She looks at each of you in turn.
Pavisco kind of nods.
Okay, but I'm not sure that I like going into a mountain that's gonna blow up. But if you think it's gonna be an okay thing to do, then I guess that's what we're gonna have to do.
I think of it this way, Figley. If it blows up, better to be here and make it quick than be down here in the village that will also be blown up, yes?
I'm not really sure about that, because I think if I'm here, I could
You will be-
run fast to get in the water.
You would choke on, the ash or drown in the water and end up covered in lava. It would not be pleasant.
Okay, you're painting a picture that I'm not really appreciative of. So...
Hey, don't worry, the volcano has not blown up in a long time. It will be fitting.
Yes, so that means the clock is ticking, tick, 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 tick. And with that...
I'm not sure the reference on which you draw. Pocket watches do not exist in my world.
Clockwork, yes it does. But
What's a time bomb?
Oh god!
there we go. So then, she bids you all good evening. As she departs and your drinks and food are served, as you guys settle back and enjoy the warm atmosphere and the good Germanic-based music of the Celestial Badger. And with that, we're going to go to break, and we will be back in about 15 minutes. We appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us. For those that are going to stay around, like I said, we'll be back in, give or take, 15 minutes. That's typically what we do. And so hopefully you guys will kind of hang out with us. Let me get my... there we are. I am going to try to get this going.
Woo! Fun times, fun times. Advancement in story. Yeah.
And where are we? There we go. There we go. We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just kidding, I'm gonna be here.
What's that?
Oh, I said just kidding. I'm gonna be here.
Oh, hope so.
Yeah. I meant like during the break. I'm not.
Gotcha,
I have
gotcha.
anything I gotta take care of. Just gonna show. I don't like this.
You don't like what?
Volcano?
No? You don't
I'm
like
okay with.
volcanoes?
No. What I'm saying is, volcano. I'm okay with. I can deal with that. That's a threat that is predictable. High level mage, at least 5th level or higher. May or may not be someone else in disguise. May or may not actually be the person. Nope. Nope. Oh, you have magic. Oh, I trust you less.
You are so paranoid.
As the resident wizard, I know all the bullshit you can do with that.
Paranoia.
Oh yeah, well, it comes from the Christmas Rock game.
Alright, I'm going to drop off for a second. I'm going to get a bite. I'll be right back.
See you
Later. Good luck, convincing Hello, she's dangerous.
Well, she practically, at the very least, she's a loose cannon because she almost blew up an entire bar. But you know, that's it. Like
Yeah,
I asked her what her skill set is, and she's like, "Here, let me show you this C4 I have in my backpack." Also, I mean, that's gotta be like the magical equivalent of doing that, right? Like half casting a fireball in the middle of the building.
Okay, we'll make this clear. Okay, if she's a wizard, then it is C4. Okay. If she is a sorcerer, it is not C4 because C4 does not accidentally explode. if she is a wild magic sorcerer, she is more than a loose cannon.
Yeah, no. If we TPK because the wild magic sorcerer rolls a cast fireball on itself on that wild magic table, I'm out. I'm so done.
That almost happened. One of my
I've had it happen.
It sucks.
It was my first campaign. It was my second. I had a buddy who loved chaos. Wild magic sorcerer, level 2, cast fireball on self. Game over. Got the whole party. We decided
Did
from
the
that.
bad people too? Did they get taken out too?
Most of them.
Okay, good. At least it was mostly successful.
It was a very, very pyrrhic victory for the enemy, but you know, it was TBK nonetheless. And from that point on, decided, all right, we're gonna just continue like that didn't happen. You're getting a new subclass. Not really. Not really. I just we kind of like had to put it down from there.
Like, as a DM, I would look at that table and like I would remove the TPK items off the table until they're of a level that they could actually get it.
Even then, for me, I personally just don't enjoy the wild magic sorcerer being at a table with me on account of like. I don't like game mechanics that are like, oh, your ally might accidentally kill you at any point. Like that's because it does two things. One, I'm being punished for someone else's choices that I can't control, and it's kind of bad form for me to say, hey, I really don't like the fact that you're playing a subclass that could kill me, because that's just bad manners. And B, I now have to have make up an in-character reason to justify why my character would be okay with having that person along who could just kill us all without us, like, just because their magic went wrong. So it's like I have to adapt my entire like character around that, and like also I might just die from someone else's decision.
I hate to say it, it doesn't bother me very much.
Yeah.
because I like I said earlier, I learned to play on the earlier editions where, for example, Fireball was volumetric, 33,000 cubic feet.
Yep.
You open a door and cast a Fireball without looking in the room first. It backblasts into the room and kills everyone.
Yep. I know.
Wow. All right. I played a little bit of second edition. I played with the what's the name called? They're up here. The Dragon Slayer's crew. The DM's name is Michael, and he runs it on Kluge. He's using second edition rules.
Technically, that worked. That's the way it's supposed to work in second also. But a lot of GMs didn't run it that way because it's that bad. And for example, lightning bolts also bounce off stone that's more than an inch thick.
Yeah, I'm familiar with how it worked with your editions. My primary thing though is that like there's a difference between I can cast Fireball in an unsafe space and I rolled a 12 on my wild surge chance, so instead of getting my spell slot back, everyone explodes inside. There's like not a decision there, it just happens. Whereas with Fireball, at least you can respond and kind of measure out the room first.
Yo, you ever f one of those boner pills, Quattro?
Oh.
My boy Darius took one, and he exploded.
I cast Fireball as soon as he opens the door. It was a thing.
I know. Arcane eyes or some shit, so you can scout out the place beforehand. Know what rooms you can Fireball, which ones you can't.
It's a good way to learn geometry when you're in middle school, though. How big is this room?
I also imagine it probably would be like, okay, the wizard's turn is going to take like 30 minutes. Everyone else is going to take 10 seconds. Yeah. I think in a video game system, like something like Baldur's Gate or video game or something like that, I think volumetric like fireballs and shit like that can be auto-calculated by a computer. It's amazing. If they tried to do that in 5.5, I would be very upset. Unless it was, you get 10 squares. Put it where you want.
Well, for example, 33,000 cubic feet is 30. You divide. You learn shortcuts for that real quick.
No, I'm sure you can. But it's like more. I generally am a favor of like only adding complexity to rules if it actually gives you a substantial like quality improvement of your game. Anything else is just like not worth the extra 2 seconds it takes to calculate mentally, or the 4 sessions it takes to learn the shortcuts. But then again, that's a sliding scale for different people. So for some people, that volumetric thing is going to be like a big like, yeah, hell yeah, I love this, I'm all about this. And for them, great, perfect. Not for me. I really don't want to have to do that. Especially because it gets bigger as I go up in level, so I have to relearn the shortcuts every single time I level up, or every third time, or whatever it was.
The size didn't actually change; just the damage dice.
No, there was a thing about fireballs getting bigger because they had a festival. I think it was in Greyhawk or the old version of the Forgotten Realms, where
they talk about, but they don't actually say how the spell works. There's no actual spell mechanic for that. That was one of the novels.
Oh, okay. Could have sworn I read otherwise, but never mind. I could be wrong.
Or maybe there's something I'm not aware of, but I've never seen anything but 33,000 cubic feet.
Maybe.
Hello, people out in chat. I'm imagining all the people watching our chat now are just our players and me, but that's okay. We're the only ones that matter when it comes down to who do we need to be here. Does anybody follow financial news? Besides a tax guy?
Probably.
Sometimes.
Our company was in Forbes as well as what was it? There was it TechCrunch or one of the other ones that is financial related? But our boss was I want to say he was on CNBC, one of the business ones. but our company did our Series D round of funding, and our valuation went from 1.7 billion in March to we are now valued at 3.7 billion at the current point. So we've basically almost doubled our, well, actually over, yeah, 3.4, so 4.4, 3.4, yeah. So yeah, we over doubled, basically doubled our valuation in less than a year. Which is good for me, job security. That means those stock options I have are slowly increasing in value. So everybody out there, go out there and buy your weed. Keep me in business.
Oh man. Can we say that on Twitch?
Sure we can. Sure we can. It's
Yes.
legal in some places.
You're allowed to say it.
It's legal in
You're allowed
Michigan.
to use it.
It's legal in Michigan. It's legal in California. It's legal in Oregon. It's legal in Washington.
Unless you're a federal
Not legal in
employee,
Florida.
or you're trying to take it from like through TSA.
Yeah, yeah.
In which case, still hella illegal. Don't do that. You'll get in trouble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I've heard of a couple of people got their lives ruined trying to do that, thinking it was okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of stupid.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's all right though, as long as we can sell in Canada. Yeah, I was amazed. I did not realize. I mean, we're not that big of a company. We weren't that big of a company, but our company alone did 14 billion in sales last year. It's crazy.
Oh, and by the way, you were totally right about the fireball. It does not scale. It was just from the book that I was remembering. I got my first edition like spells up here,
Right.
so just looking through it. 100% correct.
Yep,
he's
eventually,
here to hear
Adam,
me.
it's going to get to be just like me. Adam, you're going to forget which version of D&D we're playing because it's like, wait, is that 5e? No, is that 1e? No, wait, no, that's 5e?
Maybe in like a couple decades.
Yep.
I've got it all good so far. Everything's fine.
Yep,
Haven't
as long
messed
as
up yet.
you have that manual handy, you're always going to have
Yeah.
Osric will keep you in track.
Oh man, I will say though that I do occasionally get mixed up between. I'm playing a. It's not a one shot, but it's like a rapid campaign. We level up every like 2 sessions or something.
Right.
5th edition, and it's very combat focused. So I'm just like, all right, I'll just take the V scroll and put him in there.
Yeah.
So I'm like playing a level 9 version of him in another
Right.
campaign,
Right.
and I do occasionally like. I think last time we played, I opened up my character sheet for the other one and was looking at that the whole time, and then I'm like, oh shit, wait a minute. Fortunately, like I didn't do anything that was like out of character because it wasn't.
Oh, you couldn't have. Not. I mean, at least. Well, I guess you probably could have tried, but.
Yeah, I cast Fireball.
Yep.
I'm
It's actually, I think our gamers plane is going to be starting to roll pretty good too.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for.
I know. I'm surprised. Neros is usually very, very prompt in his posting.
I think he said something in OC about being real busy right now with work. So I assume
That's
it's
all
just
right.
that, and also we have never been really in the same room together until now. So
Yeah. Yeah, and the party is going to be coming back together soon anyway. So
yeah.
I would love to get a one session of that group together. Just try to work everybody's schedule so we get everybody on in one session to do a live one like we do here.
Yeah, that would be fun. Although I'm pretty sure we're spread around the globe, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
gonna be a
because
pain.
it's because Matthias is in Belgium.
Belgium.
I know that Benzi is in Singapore. Annex is in the Caribbean. Who else? I'm not sure where Neros is. I'm not sure where his locale is. And we're coming down to it. Welcome everybody if you're still here. Don't forget, those of you that are watching me and Anna stream at the same time, don't tell Lord Kazumba he needs to raid us, but if he's already raided somebody else, oh well. I think he would have already raided somebody else because we've been on for 2.5 hours. I don't think that they're still on. They started at 8. They might go 8 to 10, so it's quite possible that and about 10 o'clock we'll get a raid. But if not, oh well. You can always use more people. Be kind of nice. Last time he raided us, I gained like freaking 30 followers, man. That's what put me over the hump.
Nice, man.
It's pretty awesome.
I guess the orcs might be raiding other lands right now, but maybe who knows? Maybe they're just hiding in the shadows
There
and
you
they'll raid us
go.
later.
You ever seen a purple orc before?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And
Oh,
we're
no,
back.
Seen a purple orc before?
And we're back. I don't know. I have no idea what Nyla says. We just kind of nod our head and okay, whatever
Smile
she
and
said.
wave.
There we go. Smile and wave. All right. So when last we left, for those that were not here, which I don't think there's too many of you weren't, the party has agreed to join Kalinda Cruel in the expedition to Mount Hellspar. Mount Hellspar is a active volcano that sits in the Klatspur Mountains about a day and a half, 2 days to the east. The upside is it's not too far away and it's easy to find because it's always got a little thin trail of smoke coming out of it. The downside is you guys are going to have to go in the winter months up into the hills. And when I say hills, I mean the mountains and all that the mountains have to offer this time of year, including cold, wind, snow, sleet, and bonuses. Yes. So, you guys managed to gain yourselves a night of sleep provided and paid for by Kalinda. Now, the Celestial Badger is only a tavern. However, as I said, at the very entry into town, there was an inn, and you guys hang on, I'm getting my notes here. I should have had like 15 minutes to be ready to come back. I completely spaced it, putting where my notes are. Anyway, so you guys managed to get a night stay at the Palatial Court. Again, this is a very fine, relatively new looking structure, 2-story inn, and again, you guys are able, as I said, to get yourselves a night stay, basically free of charge, paid for by Kalinda. And so, is there anything that you guys wanted to do for your downtime at night? Otherwise, we're just going to proceed with our departure in the morning.
Yeah, I will, because we were, if I recall, being in hyper paranoid mode, just wherever we're staying, have a couple of alarm spells layered, so that should someone intrude upon us,
Okay.
we will be awoken.
Okay.
And I definitely intend to have like more than one, so that it can't so easily be like, dispel one spell,
Right.
you know.
Accidentally leave a rune of something outside. They step on it and trigger it.
Yeah, I'm not that high level, and we don't have that kind of money. Sorry, not
Okay.
happening.
All right. So it was God's Day yesterday when you guys departed Christchurch and arrived in the evening of God's Day. It is now Water Day, the 26th day of Fire Seek. Once again, the day is cold, even colder than yesterday, to the point where you guys are like, all right, this shit's got to stop. The wind has picked up. The snow is gone. It is still partly cloudy out, but you see no precipitation coming down. But with all of that, the wind itself has picked up to a nice gusty 10 to 15 miles an hour as you are getting ready to head back out into what is truly the wilderness, and getting ready to head to the east, headed toward Mount Hellspar.
Paviscro.
Yes.
But at some point in your studies, you ever come across spells that remove the cold and the wind directly around all of us?
Or is that something that only the druids can do?
I am aware of such things. It is not in my capability at the moment.
Damn.
It is certainly a field to research further.
I would wholeheartedly agree.
Okay.
And keep walking.
Oh, so okay. Okay. Let me. I just want to make sure that I don't have. I'm not really missing anything. And we go. Okay. So as you guys are making preparations to leave, you are greeted as you come downstairs to the common area of the inn where breakfast and stuff is being served. You are met by Kalinda, who is now wearing more or attire that's more suitable for traveling, as she has on leather clothing, padded with furs. She has a heavy cloak, thick gloves, and boots. So I am thinking the easiest for us would be to get to the main trails on the other side of the estuary. And to do this, we go to the punt. And in punt, we are able to hire a ferry to take us across the estuary to the other side where the trails will begin to lead us to the eastern portions or the western portions of the Klatspurs. And as we get up into the pass itself, when we get up high enough, we should be able to see Mount Hellspire. I am thinking hopefully no more than 2 days travel tops, barring any unforeseen weather events or any other unforeseen other events as well.
Yes.
So
Yeah, this is good. I'm already packed for more than that, so
this is good. We are good to go. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So she sort of leads you, or as you guys lead out, the roads here leaving the Niederschlaus community, Dryken in particular, the roads themselves are actually fairly well worn. You can see that they are traveled a lot, and they sort of skirt along the edge of the estuary as you guys leave the tiny village of Dryken, heading back once again out onto the trail. Following it, sort of twisting, turning to the south and to the southwest, you guys arrive at an area that's known as the punt. The punt itself is actually across the way, but on this side of it, there's a small community where there's a ferry. And as you guys approach, you are greeted by those individuals that sort of run the ferry. And one of the men stands up, or comes up to join you. He's very thick, think of very Moscow, very Russian-looking type of an individual. Has a big, thick chin or wide chin with a thick beard hanging off of it, just sort of sticking out straight instead of hanging down his belly. He's got a fur cap on. He's got thick hide sort of covering him along with his hands, and his pants are very thick for cold weather gear and stuff. He goes, "Greetings, travelers. You wishing to travel across to Punt? I am assuming. I am Jan. This is my brother Carl, and we are the ones that run this here. And if you wish to cross, it would be 2 gold pieces per person. Is this an acceptable bargain for you or no?" And he kind of gives you that sidelong look like, "You're not going to disagree with my prices, are you?"
Can
Is
I
this
look
an
around?
overcharge or an undercharge?
Yeah, I want to know if Vistro knows like whether we're being like just outright like a scalped right now.
Give a not deception, but insight. Give me an insight check.
Insight. Okay, sure.
Yeah, see is he trying to BS you or not?
Yeah, that's fine. Check my bonus
So
here.
Okay.
Oh well.
No, you go ahead. I want Praviskro to go as well.
Yeah.
So is Praviskro, you're like,
Yeah.
I think that's kind of shady. I don't know. Nilo, you're like, something that's actually pretty reasonable for this area and stuff, especially being the only ferry around. 2 gold pieces is probably on the lower side of a price. So you think that he's being very honest. Praviskro, you're not so sold as to, come on, man. Seriously, that's the best you can do?
2 gold, you say? Well, sure.
You guys
The
watch
best
this.
you could ever get.
Yep, Nilo grabs 2 coins. So I'm really not sure that I like coins coming out of my pocket for any reason. Desmond, as well. You're like in your travels, you found that it's particularly when there's only one ferry, there's no competition and stuff. Typically, prices might be a little inflated, but this is not bad considering that number one, you're in a hurry, and number two, there's nobody else to take you across. And going down to find another one down the road may take you a while. So it's probably best bet just to pay whatever they're asking here. But again, it's up to you guys. That's just what you get feeling wise from the prices that he's offering.
How bad is this river to cross without this ferry?
Oh, it's pretty wide and fairly deep because this is where Lake Quag sort of starts streaming into. So just think of it as like an opening of a lake. So it's probably 3 or 4 miles, 5 miles across right here. And you don't know how deep it is, but you can only imagine since boats come up and down in here to drop off supplies, it's probably deeper than, or at least over your head, right? Maybe not super deep, but at least over your head at points.
Well, my concern is I don't have enough money.
Oh, gotcha. So, so go ahead. Desmond, give me a persuasion check just for a sec, just for shits and giggles.
For the record,
That's not my strong suit.
That's okay. It's none of our group's strong suit. Good.
Is this coming up in character? Like, is
Yeah.
this something that?
No, this is just coming
okay.
up where he's sort of looking around. Well, as Desmond looks around, he's kind of like, I don't have that much coin, which is why I was asking for a persuasion check. Okay. All right. Thanks. So Nilo immediately grabs her coinage and lightens her load by 2 gold pieces. I am going to check.
Nilo does?
Yeah, Nilo. She said she
She
paid.
said, this is a great deal. All right.
Yep.
Immediately pulls out the coins.
Oh,
and passes
I'm
it
sorry.
over.
I thought you were saying Nilo was paying for him, and I'm like,
No. No, she pays for hers.
Gotcha.
I am looking for. Yep. I am going to take off 2 coins as Figley pays his 2 gold to the ferryman.
I'll pull 4 gold out and pass 2 to our new friend here, and pay for myself
Okay.
and him, I guess.
Okay.
I look kind of embarrassed and nod at him and then pay.
Yeah,
with
I
two
try
gold.
not to. Oh, hold on, I accidentally added it instead of removing it. Suddenly,
Oh,
figured out the
sweet. 4
secret.
free gold.
I have created gold from nothing. I am an alchemist. Anyway,
Fool's gold.
but yeah, I'll try to be like subtle about it, so I'm not like making a big deal about it, or like showing the guy who we're paying that I'm giving my friend gold here. Let him pay for himself, you know.
Nice. All right. So, having paid, everybody has paid. I paid for Figley, I paid for Mercy, and your guide or your leader, Kalinda, pays her too, and you guys all board the ferry. The wind is blowing relatively stiffly. You see that the 2 men, Jan and Carl, are struggling as they sort of push the barge away and start paddling and moving you guys, moving the ferry across the way. However, you do make okay time. It's not like it's super great time, but you do make it. Um, and what I would like if somebody would stand up for me and give me a die 4 plus 1 roll, please.
We'll happily do that.
I don't
3.
know, man. You've been rolling pretty low.
Have 3. So it takes you guys a little while, but it seems like they start to get their rhythm. And they start paddling, and they get into a current that begins to move you guys a little swifter along the water. It still takes a while. 3 hours later, you guys arrive at the punt and are deposited on the shores, on the eastern shores where the punt is. The punt itself is very similar to Dryken. It's a wooded, or not wooded, but a community with a large set of wooden fences running around it, backed by rocks on one side for stability purposes and stuff. You get on the main road, and you look, and as you see there's a road running from the punt, running basically east and west. For all intents and purposes, east and west. It's more kind of northeast, southwest, but for all intents and purposes, it's east and west. To the west, you look over your shoulder, and even though there's sort of hills between you and it, you can almost see Dagavak. It's almost as you can see the remains of Dagavak, or where Dagavak used to be, and that sort of chill sort of runs up the back of your spine and up the back of your neck as you remember the encounters and the things that you guys encountered while you were there retrieving the wyvern's claw. Now you look to the east, and you see that the road running in that direction begins to steadily and slowly climb into the mountains, into the mountain pass of the Klatspur Mountains, and you guys begin to make your trek in that direction. The last thing that you sort of see, you can, as you sort of head up into the hills, slowly moving your way east, then north, then east, always and always ever climbing higher and higher. Even though you started up in the high hills of Christchurch, you haven't been this high, in some of you, in a long time, at least since the wars probably. So, you begin to move in that direction. I would like for somebody to give me a survival check. Desmond, since you're leading the group, you are now in your element, so you are in mountainous regions. I would like you to give me a survival check, and I believe you get the additional bonus for being super skilled in mountains. So whatever extra bonus you may get, give me a survival check as you guys begin to move up into the hills.
It says I get double my proficiency bonus.
Yep. So you get. So I think if you were to roll, if you roll a survival,
I think it'd be a +6 for him now.
Well, you get right now you get a +2.
13.
Yeah, you get a +2 and you get another 2, right?
Yep.
Well, he has a +4 right now, so doubling the proficiency, which is +2 at this level, would be +6 total.
Oh,
right,
yeah,
so
yeah,
it'd be a plus.
yeah. Proficiency plus whatever. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, so you got a 13. Good. It's easy to sort of stay on the path because this is a fairly main road that you guys find yourselves on, and you begin to work your way up the hills. I don't know. Does this have it on it? I don't think it has it on this map. Darn it. I wish it did. Sorry. I was hoping it had it on this map. But you guys begin to work your way into... I could have swore it was right here in this. I think it's like right where I cut this map off right here, down here in the range where it says the NGE. I think it's like right below that. But unfortunately, I don't have it. So we'll just do, once again, Theater of the Mind so you guys know. So you begin to move... The first day passes, as you guys go higher into the hills, and it passes uneventfully. Nothing but the weather stands in your way as you find yourselves climbing into the sharp peaks of the Clatspur Range on the eastern edge of Perrenland. Um, the the weather fortunately holds. No precipitation, nothing but a cold breeze blowing down. The following day, however, the wind seems to pick up. It's almost as if it knows what you're trying to do and it's wanting to keep you from arriving at your destination without being or arriving at your destination unscathed. The temperature drops severely at night, dropping to near below zero as the wind blows and you struggle to keep your fire of your campsite going, trying to draw whatever little warmth you can. Even the prestidigitation that you've become accustomed to keep yourself warm just doesn't seem to do the trick at this higher elevation as the oxygen drops slightly and the temperatures drop along with it. But survive the nights you do, and once again you begin to climb the winding path, and you can realize that if the weather was significantly worse, this could be an extremely treacherous trip as you're walking along the edges of the trails and a drop off that goes for hundreds, maybe 1,000 feet off to your right, sometimes off to your left, depending upon the switchback upon which you guys are. But ever slowly, you guys feel the earth behind you sort of drop away as you move into this environment that none of you, save perhaps Desmond, and maybe Nilo to some extent in the hills on the far north, but even so, the hills on the north by the Bitter Pass weren't even this high, and you find yourselves almost in a sense of vertigo at times as you look and just watch the glorious beauty of the landscape just drop away, and you feel like if you were to just sort of open your arms and fall away, that you'd be able to just glide gently down, but you'd probably land like a stone at 100 miles an hour, smacking your face into the rocks below. And so that snaps you back to reality as you slowly move your way up. It takes about another half of a day rising into the mountain pass before you guys sort of reach what you would consider its apex before it begins to fall away the other side, leading down the other side of the Clatspurs. Up above you, you can see huge glacial peaks rising up, the highest of which are still completely snow-covered and forbidding. And as you look, you sort of think, I wonder if the dragon lives up there somewhere.
Yeah.
Bringing yet another sort of, shit, why am I here, sort of a thought to your brain as you continue on this half-baked quest to try to put back together some ancient prophetic totem that is going to ravage the land if you and only you don't succeed in your mission. About halfway up the trail, it begins to narrow, and pretty soon you guys are like single file. As I said, below you can see the sheer drops going downwards easily 1,000 feet, if not more in cases. You know that where you are now, and it's just you don't know why it comes to you, but for some reason you just think, if we were to be attacked right now, it would not be good because there is no room to maneuver, and you guys are all single file, and if there were ranged attacks, you guys could be picked off one after the other with literally no chance of fighting back.
On that note, Nilo is right behind Desmond. And the other armor can take the backside.
I think we're all actually about the same.
Yeah. Finally, it widens out slightly and you sort of peek at the top and you can see over the other side as the trail begins to drop away. Yeah. Temperature is easily 5-6 degrees below zero, maybe colder. The wind doesn't help the wind chill factor any. As you stand there, even in your warm clothing, shivering, teeth chattering, thinking to yourselves again, what the hell am I doing here? Looking around, what is going to attack me as I'm being funneled through this tiny pass. And in the distance, you can see this cone-shaped mountain sort of standing alone in amongst the rest. Thin little wisp of smoke rising from it. And as you guys all sort of focus on the same thing, realizing what it is, your guide looks up and says, "There! Mount Hellspire! That is our destination." And she hurriedly begins to move off down the other side of the trail as it begins winding its way down into the valleys on the other side of the pass.
Nilo is going to take a look down this trail. Does it look like she could safely just stick her shield under her and ride down the snow, or is she gonna have to walk it?
Give me a let me think. What would be that check? Give me a straight up intelligence saving throw. Give me a straight up intelligence. I'll give you a saving throw. Not even a check. Give me an intelligence saving throw.
Yeah. Sounds like.
As you look, you're like, it would be great up until the time I go over the ledge and drop 2,000 or 3,000 feet to my death. But up until then, it'd probably be a wild ride.
I thought we were like going down, not just straight off. Never mind.
No. The path as you're going down, you still have this. Think of that Brazilian or that Bolivian road that they show all the time, where people are going on that, and then off to the one side, it's like nothing but air.
It's lots of switchbacks.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never mind. This one's kind of similar.
Wrong impression.
Yeah, this one's kind of similar. I don't want to say switchbacks per se. It just winds following the edge of the mountains as they're going down, and it goes down slowly. But again, you have to remember.
I can't just go straight down the side of it.
That is correct. No. Well, you could if you had Featherfall. It'd probably be kind of fun. Or if you were in our last campaign, you had that little coin that gave you Featherfall right at the very end, and then wait till the last second to do it. So.
I could also do it if I had wings.
Yeah. So you guys once again follow Miss Cruel down the mountain. Desmond taking his, I guess, self-appointed spot at the head, leading the way down. Although going down, it's even coming up, it was fairly easy once you were on the main trail. Even though heavy snowfall has covered a lot of it, it's easy to see where the drop-offs are, right? So it's fairly easy to stay on the trail, but it's still slow going. And it takes you another half a day. So toward the end of the day, as you guys come down, the path itself widens to maybe 15 or 20 feet, and it meanders up a hill, down a dale, but it's not like really high or low. It's just sort of a gradual sort of it's like riding a wave that's way away from shore, right? So the waves don't like spike high or low. They're just sort of this little easy kind of a wave as you guys are, but every time it goes down a little lower and a little lower. At times you're like breathless. It's like, it's amazing just the view that you have. And when was the last time any being, human or otherwise, stood at this spot and saw this same sight that you guys are able to see in these majestic mountains? It's literally majestic. The random groves of tall pine trees kind of spot the landscape as you move way down. Sheer cliffs that go up hundreds, thousands of feet either side of the pathway every now and then. Eventually the cliff faces give way to more open crags, and with Mount Hellspire approaching, you're getting closer and closer. The setting sort of changes. And those of you with a sharp perception, that means everybody but you, Nilo. As everybody sort of looks, it doesn't look the same as it did the majestic views when you first started. There's some sort of a twist as you guys come down, as the trees don't look quite as healthy and robust. The trail itself looks craggy and broken rock It's almost as if some gigantic force just came in and smashed everything, and some evil curse lay upon the land, twisting the plant life. Not to the point where it's like all twisted and really that sort of grotesque looking, but just enough like the greenery on the trees doesn't look quite as green as far as the evergreens, or there's less leaves or less needles on the evergreens, as if they've seemed to have just fallen away and died. It just has an unhealthy, forbidding look to it. As you guys sort of come toward the end of the day, you're maybe an hour, 2 hours away, as the sun begins to sort of dip behind you, a little earlier than maybe normal because of the fact that you're so close to the mountains and they're so high. So the sun sort of goes down maybe a little earlier than you might be used to. But the bottom line is it's getting a little darker, but you guys do manage to come across this open area, and what you come across sort of catches your breath for a second. You're like, wow, this is like a total shock and surprise. As you can see, 4 ogres slain, laying blood split out everywhere, their bodies laying at different places. It looks like some sort of a battle raged on here. It's a small clearing, maybe 50, 60 feet around, 70 feet around at most. Trails leading off in different directions from here. But the bottom line is you see 4 ogres having apparently been assaulted or tried to assault something, but they did not survive. And you can see that all of them are just sort of, looks like they haven't been dead that long because their bodies have not yet been attacked by any scavengers. And the blood itself, although it looks partially frozen, there are still some areas that look wet and are not frozen yet.
Well done.
What do we wish to do?
Pavisco, your owl can still fly at this altitude, right?
It has been watching this, yes.
Yep.
It is technically an eagle. I misspoke earlier. By the way.
Yeah. I knew what you meant, but that's fine.
So, what does the eagle see?
I'm gonna take a deep breath, close my eyes for a moment, and get a bird's eye view of the situation. See if there's anything that we can't see from our position.
Nilo holds his shoulder before he
Go ahead
goes
and give
in.
me a perception.
Absolutely. I'm going to add guidance to this as I'm in a dangerous situation and I need to make sure I'm safe. So, yuck. Plus, I use mine, not the owl's, correct? Even though I'm using their senses?
Yeah.
All right. The owl has advantage on perception checks. Looking through its eyes, do I have advantage?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Just because
Right,
I'm a nice guy like that.
I use my modifier, but with advantage. Works for me.
19.
19.
So you sort of look over the area. First of all, you don't see anything but your group. But you can see that from here, there are multiple ways to get to Mount Hellspar than just following one path. But you don't see anything on any of those paths.
Right.
Did you add your guidance to that?
You know, I actually did not. Thank you for catching me on that.
Yeah, because if there's over 20.
If a 20 changes anything,
It does not.
Okay, cool. I do not see anything that looks to be an immediate threat right now. I'd like to take a closer look at the ogres and just make sure
Give me
everything's. How far away are they?
Oh, they're right there. They're like 30, 40 feet away
okay.
from you guys as you come off come off into this. It's not really like a valley. It's more like sort of one of those rolling areas, but it's just an open, a wider open area. Looks like a combat occurred. So go ahead and give me medicine checks.
This might actually be more
All of
Nilo's
us?
thing then.
What's that?
It might be more Nilo's thing than mine then. But
No, you can
that's
all
going to
give.
be
I don't
a
care.
12.
If
for me.
yeah, pretty much. Go ahead and do advantage as you're helping. So it obviously the ogres themselves were involved in a battle. You can see that they I'm trying to think. Their armor is sort of leather armor. Looks like they had spears as well as the normal clubs that they may. Um, you can by looking at them, it looks like each one of them died different ways. It's like almost as if each one of them was fighting somebody different. One of them you can see more than likely was some kind of a fighter type because there's a huge gapping slash running from its shoulder all the way down its body across its chest, cleaving through the armor, skin and bone. So whatever took him out used obviously a large blade of some kind. Another one looks like it was literally burnt to death, like somebody just set it on fire and scorched it with fire. It's interesting that one that you find had sword wounds, but you find evidence of a dagger blow right in the back between his shoulder blades, as if somebody caught him from behind in a sneak attack type of an attack. And then the last one you can see, it just looks like there's no blood, but his body is bruised to a pulp. It's almost like somebody beat him with a baseball bat. And literally just pummeled him or her to death. The other thing that you do find that you're glad about is that you find a total of 60 gold coins.
Ooh.
Those were all the ogres that were dead, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you find 60 gold coins and 2 potions.
Ooh, money.
And 2 potions. One
Of healing, or
no,
do I know?
No, you're not really sure what the potions are.
Okay. Do you use the rules for 5e that you need to take a little taste and you identify?
You know,
them,
that's how I have
them?
always done it. So I don't.
Yeah.
I would rather continue to do it that way. To be honest, I don't really know that D&D 5e does it have even a rule that says about, or they. Oh,
yeah.
Here's what it is.
So, yeah,
I believe it's the same thing as identifying other spells and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, well, no, with potions you can take a little taste and identify them in 5th edition. That's why I was asking if we were doing that or if I had to cast the spell.
No, I've always done just that.
Okay.
It's 12 gold each if you missed that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got the 60. Yeah, I got it written down.
I'll pay you back immediately.
Oh,
I was not expecting a return on investment, but thank you.
I'll accept it.
Okay.
All right. So,
No, who wants to taste the potions? Me?
Is that going to be you?
I'll do it.
I'll taste one if you taste the other.
Okay.
I'm gonna see what the 5e equivalent of this is. So.
Okay.
So. Okay.
Might know it if you're going to tell us. Oh,
Yep.
never mind.
No. So, as you, who's doing? So the first one. Perviskro, as you sort of take a quick taste test this, you sort of get a little grimace and smile on your face as you realize it is a potion of superior healing.
Oh.
Interesting.
Which is, it cures 8 die 4 plus 8 hit points when you and I do allow if you wanted, so since it's 8 die 4, that can be 8 total, right? So you can be a die 4 plus 1 for each sip, right? So if you wanted to pass it around, right? So it does a total of 8 D4, so I will allow a D4, and since it's plus 8, I'll do plus 1. So you would be able to do 8 or 1 quaff at all, quaff half of it, quaff a quarter of it, however much you want to use.
Good to know.
So
I didn't know you did that.
I do allow that, yes. The same thing with healing, I guess I should have said. You don't have to take the whole thing if you only want to do, I only need 2 hit points back. Well, then do just a half of a healing. But it's harder to keep track that way. But I still do allow that. So All right, so this one is not a 5e item, but I'm going to give it anyway. It is a potion of cure disease.
Okay.
So it's just like a spell of cure disease, but it's a potion instead.
Yep.
So pour it in
Yep.
somebody.
The item you're looking for in 5th edition is Elixir of Health.
Yeah, I knew it was. We'll go with that then. Elixir of Health. We'll call it that. That'll work. I just want to make sure it doesn't do extra stuff, right? Other than the.
I'll double check, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's just cure disease, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Removes blind, deaf, and paralyzed poison conditions. Cures diseases. Yep. So in our case, you know what? We'll do that. That's fine too. With the blind and deaf and paralyzed, I don't care about that. So yeah. So it is an elixir of health. Good to know. Good to know. I never remember all that stuff. But other than that, you guys
I'll forget again in my next session.
What's that?
You'll forget again by next
No,
session.
because I just have to go to Discord. Well, I will, but Discord won't forget because I know Paviscar will post everything in Discord.
Yeah.
So
I already did.
all right. So that said, what are we doing now?
All right. Yeah.
So, like I said, you guys are probably 2.5 hours away from Mount Hellspar.
Nylo is going to do a little bit more looking around to see if she can find any arrows or loose daggers on the ground that might reveal who attacked these ogres.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I would also like to do this, by the way.
Okay. You can give me an investigation check too. Unless you guys want to team up and just
You know
do advantage.
what? Pavisco does it, and I'll help him so he has advantage.
Okay.
Nice. Second check.
Okay.
18.
Yeah,
buddy.
Yep. So searching around, you really don't find anything. One thing you do manage to find though is that based on the combat and everything, it looks like 4 people were the combatants against the 4 ogres. And I guess I should have said, oops, I knew this. You actually find a piece of a note or a piece of paper or something that looks to have blown out of one of the ogre's hands. I'm sorry, yeah, it looks like to have blown out of one of the ogre's hands, and it's sort of blowing up against a twig, and you manage to grab it before it blows away.
What's it say?
Don't know. I'm going to read it.
Sort of opening up is there's something that's penned in common. It just looks like sort of like a little scratch, and it says, "Expect ogres on your way to Mount Hellspar. Dispatch them quickly. You must reach the tooth before those that have the totem. Signed, Vlutilda."
All right. So we got. So we got in out of character term, we got looks like we have a monk, a rogue, a fighter, and a caster, an arcane caster is what it looks like we got.
Correct.
Something like that, yes.
Or a caster, a fighter, a rogue.
Oh my god.
And somebody with a baseball bat. So it could be a baseball player.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Could be
A
Got Babe Ruth
barbarian,
out here.
barbarian with a giant club works too.
There you go.
Anyway.
Yeah. But you are correct.
Actually, I can resolve this. Do all the bruises look precisioned, or do they just look?
Precision
Oh,
blows.
it's a monk. It's
Yeah.
a monk, guys. It's not a baseball player.
Out of curiosity,
Mhm.
are the bodies warm, cold, or lukewarm?
Lukewarm. It looks like they died not too long ago. Because, like I said, the blood is mostly frozen, but not all frozen. So, probably within the last few hours or so.
You seem to be. I'm turning to Desmond, I believe his name was.
Mhm.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
You seem to be the knowledgeable about scouting and that sort of thing. Do you see any trail, perhaps, that we could follow?
I'll start making a circuit around the area looking for a trail leading away.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a investigation check with advantage.
You can also add guidance. Also, I think tracking is survival.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What did I say?
Investigation.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and do survival if you're doing like a tracking thing. Okay. Makes sense. And you're in the mountains, so yep. So yeah, easily.
Do I get my extra bonus for
That is
being
correct.
in mountains?
Yep. So you got that's a 21, and Pavishkar, are you going to give him guidance?
Yep.
And 4, so it's a 25. So the first thing that you find is that there were 4 individuals that were here previously, and they look to be on horseback because you find actual horse trail or horse prints going down one of the trails. There's actually 3 different trails that sort of branch off here, and you can see the direction that they went. But it's strange because theirs goes back up into the mountains a little bit, and it looks like it goes around the back of the other side as opposed to the trail that you guys are taking, and that Cruel tells you that you guys need to go and follow. This is the trail. She's like, no, this is the trail we take. They go a long way. We need to go this way. We'll get there quicker. We can beat them to it. Let us go. However, like I said, in addition, like you see the trail she wants you to take. They took a different trail that's winding around the other way.
I'll say to her, yes, but if they get there first, perhaps they will encounter more of the dangers of the place, and we can sweep in behind them when they are exhausted, and you know.
When I look at their trail, do I see any signs that they're injured? I mean, yeah, they took down these ogres, but did they take down these ogres and come away unscathed?
Can't really tell. There's a lot of blood everywhere, but you don't really see any indication like any blood drippings down going that trail, so you can't really tell.
Was it already mentioned if there was an extra member of the party or just the 4?
No, there were
I
just
think
the
it was
4.
just 4.
Okay.
Just the 4. Yep. So anyway, like I said, your oh my God, what's her first name? Linda? God, I can never remember. I'm looking at all these names that I got up
Kalinda.
here. Yes, thank you. Kalinda is telling you this is the trail we must go. I am telling you this is the easy way. If we go this way, don't care about them. We beat them to it first, and then we are okay. If we go this way, it's just going to end up coming back this way, and we have wasted our time. We must go.
Fine, let's go. Let's beat them there.
Okay. Boy, that was easy. So, it is getting dark. And so my question is, are you going to attempt to go the last couple of hours in the nighttime, or are we going to wait for the day? She obviously wants to go now, but you guys do have the option. Do we want to go now, or are we going to wait until we got light? Because it is getting dark. The shadows grow long. It's up to you guys what you want to do.
My experience with other clans and stuff, if this Flutota figure would have told him to hurry and get there before we do, these are just normal clansmen, probably better than, probably more elite than most. Would most folks stop and rest anyways, even if they're hurry like this in this weather?
So now you're asking me what you should do, and I can't really answer that.
I'm not asking what we should do. I'm asking what's the chances that they would be stopping versus they would be going, knowing what I know about the clan they're from, or supposedly from.
Well, really any clan, right?
Yeah.
So, and again, I'm trying to avoid metagaming.
Oh, right? I know that.
Right.
But...
So my thought would be that as a clansman, if your clan leader told you to do something, you would bend over backwards and give your life to try to complete whatever mission you said. That said, doesn't necessarily mean that they're worried about you and they're not gonna, hey, we're gonna not travel until daylight comes, but they're not gonna let anything stop them from completing their task. So they could quite possibly stop for the night because that's the
I got
logical
you.
thing to do.
I got what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
I'm going
Kalinda,
to.
go ahead.
I'm gonna look to Kalinda. What prowls in these woods at night?
I don't see any woods, but in the mountains, what
Yeah. What prowls these mountainsides at night?
the same thing that prowls the mountains in the day. You have beasts of all kinds. Of course, this is a rumor, but they say there is a dragon. Don't know.
The dragon is very real.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Because we've seen it. That's how.
You have seen a
He
dragon.
got attacked
Tell
by
me,
it.
what
Yes.
what was it like? Was it big?
Uh,
Was it?
Have you ever been stabbed by 1,000 needles all at once across your body?
No, I cannot say that I have.
That is what the cold is like around this thing, the cold that comes out of its breath. It feels like you are being stabbed by thousands of tiny, tiny needles, and then you feel nothing.
And yet you survived.
And yet here I am.
And yet here you are.
I got
The others
lucky.
didn't
You
though.
are an anointed one for sure. Look, we must go. I say we
Let
must
us
go.
let's keep moving. And I'm gonna call my bird back to me.
Okay.
I do not see well in the dark, and a torch would give away our position. Would act like a beacon in these mountainsides. So I will, and I'm gonna use my action to. I'm gonna have my bird like perch on my shoulder, and because my eagle has dark vision,
Okay.
because it's actually an owl, but you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to look through its eyes.
Um,
I'll have to use my action every turn to maintain that, so I'm not going to be like casting any spells while we're traveling, but
Okay.
I can still move 30 feet.
is Kalinda an elf or a human?
Kalinda's human.
Kalinda's human. So,
I hope she has a spell
I'm-
for it.
I am going to take the lead then, because I also have dark vision and I can guide us up the rocks. I'm going to have her grab my shoulder as it gets darker.
Okay.
And I'm going to look back at Pavrisco. I'm like, you should probably take the caboose. I don't think Desmond can see in the dark either.
Okay.
Any objections to that?
I will look to Kalinda and say, do you have in your repertoire some spells for seeing in the dark? If you did, I know there's a spell called Dark Vision, but I don't know if she has it.
No, she does not.
Fuck. Oh well.
Wah, wah, wah. Okay.
I can try.
Yeah.
Does Desmond disagree with this?
No, that's fine with him. Oh,
Nope.
I'm sorry. I was thinking you said Figley. Oops. Never mind. I'm sure that he could speak for himself. Go ahead, Desmond. So did you say
All right,
you're
so
okay?
I'm in the lead. Kalinda.
Yeah, he
And
said
then-
no, he's good.
Okay.
I think he did.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it was me, Kalinda, any combo of the three, and then previous go in the rear.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine for taking up the rear.
Okay, and we're gonna start headed up.
All right. Go ahead and give me one final survival check, please. This time, nay, low.
Yep. Can I get advantage with them being able to suggest?
Yeah.
Okay.
With Desmond's help, you get advantage. Please roll a 1. Please roll a 1. Please roll a 1.
I'll
Nice.
stop another. Never mind. Too late.
All right. So, as you guys move your way down, with the aid of Desmond and a little bit of luck, your journey, like I said, goes for about 2 hours or so. And slowly but surely, Mount Hellspar begins to loom more prominently as you turn off the main trail and head toward the fiery peak. You can now see the smoke ominously rising up, even in the dusk of twilight and in the darkening shadows as the sun sort of goes back behind the mountains to your west. Before too long, the secondary trail that you have come off begins to get really hard to traverse, and you notice many other trails veering off from the one you on, all leading to different points at the base of the volcano. Fortunately, Like I said, with Desmond's help as well as uh, Cruel's help, you guys managed to find what you believe to be the right path. And after negotiating some rough descents and actually a few climbs where, had you had your horses, there's no way they would have made it, your trail ends in a cliff face surrounded by a clearing ringed by large boulders and tall pine trees glowing or growing close together. In the center of the cliff face is a small cave opening. The clearing you're in is about a 20 foot around. It's not really perfectly round, but it's basically a 20 foot by 20 foot. You can see the cave opening itself is more like a split in the rock of the mountain. It's about 5 feet high, maybe 2 feet wide. Um, Anybody that wants to go through is going to have to remove their packs and carry them with them. Take shields off backs, etc. You're going to have to get yourself skinny in order to get yourself inside. It's dark here, and going any further, it is going to be completely lightless once you get out of even though it's cloudy or partly cloudy. There's a little bit of starlight as the moons provide just a very small hint of light, just enough for you to kind of see the clearing and everything in front of you. But going any further, there is no light to use.
Would I be blinded too then, or my thing?
No, your infravision works fine.
Okay.
So you would be able to see
I'm gonna
relatively clearly.
turn to Desmond. Desmond, can you help me see if they came through here?
I will get down if I have to on my hands and knees. Well,
Okay, go ahead and give me a survival check.
I'm going to help him out
Okay.
with my vision. Like if I spot something,
Yeah.
I'll tell him where it's at, guide
Yeah.
him to it, etc., etc.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that with advantage then. Go ahead and if you click the other roll. There you go. Nice.
Yeah, buddy.
Nicely done. Is that
and then the additional +2 because
Yep,
we're in the mountains.
exactly. So you find around, it doesn't look like anything other than small animals and stuff have been here in a very long time. So, and the other thing that you immediately realize, Desmond, is that there are no horses, because no way a horse could fit through that crack. So, unless they released their horses and sent them on their way and then covered their tracks, nobody has been here in quite some time.
Pavisco, does your alarm require you to maintain a certain distance to it, or can you just set it and continue on?
Sorry, I did not realize I was muted. I was speaking to you on my mind, not out loud. It happens sometimes. Anyway, the spell does have a certain radius upon after which it cannot alert me to anything. Once we have gone another mile, it will not be useful.
If they are of any skill, then they should reach this peak before we go a mile. You mind, you can ritual cast a spell without expending one of your powers.
I can take some time to cast the spell without putting a great strain on my body. Yes.
Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and do this now while the rest of us prepare to go inside.
All right, 10-minute break, everyone.
Okay.
And I'll begin ritual casting the alarm spell. It's a good call.
All right. And what's Nyla doing?
You know, I'm using my vision to, start getting like packs off and stuff and be able to fit it inside.
Okay.
Desmond, do you mind? That you could actually. What's the most efficient way to wipe our tracks off of this peak?
Let the wind have its course.
All right.
I'm going to specify, obviously, that I am using the mental version of the alarm spell, so it will alert me mentally, silently, without giving any auditory indication to the people who pass through it.
Why not have it make that sound like the Harry Potter things when you pull them out of the pots? Might make them fall off the cliff.
Do not necessarily want them to know that I know they are coming through here.
What's the chances of somebody falling off the side of the mountain if they were to hear a loud screaming sound right next to them?
If
Nothing
they are
here.
competent.
Probably nothing
If it-
here,
yeah.
to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That
They'd
would
have to be
great.
pretty incompetent.
Okay.
But yep, it takes me 10 minutes, but I'll ritual cast it.
Okay. All right. So you now have alarm set wherever you wanted to have it set.
Yep, just through the pathway that I think we're going to go through. Is that the idea?
Yeah, or just outside it. Whatever works.
Yeah, it's a 20-foot cube, so I'll probably hit both, like the outside and the inside a little bit,
Alrighty.
like half and half.
And with that, we all squeeze through.
All right. Okay.
Just to remind, Figley has dark vision, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he has it as well. Okay. So, you guys, first, as you can see, you peer inside and you start to move your way through the crack, and it's fairly oppressive as once you get out of the cold, the heat of the mountain itself begins to reveal itself as the walls and the stonework feel warm to the touch as you sort of scooch and you sort of cringe as you hear the scraping of your armor along the edges of the rock, hoping that you don't rip anything vital that holds your armor together as you slowly move your way inside, kicking your bags along and turning sideways. Figley doesn't have much of a problem, but the rest of you that are taller, as I said, it's only 5 feet tall, so you're hampered by the fact that you have to kind of bend down a little bit, which forces your body to be wider, which forces you to press against the wall as you scrape your way in. Eventually, you make your way into what is some sort of a small square-shaped cave, and you all manage to open up into here. It's not all of you because the area is only about a 10-foot square space, but you do manage to get yourselves, for the most part, inside. Peering inside, again, you see this small square-shaped cave. Wisps of smoke trickle outwards and upwards from the fissure in the cave walls, which have a very dark red hue to your eyes, Nalo. Inside here, you guys could light a torch if you wanted to.
Yeah, as soon as we have the as soon as as soon as I can no longer see the outside,
Okay.
I'm going to pull out a torch and light it,
Okay.
and then pass it over to any of the humans.
Mercy
that need
comes
it.
up the back, and Mercy says she'll take the torch. As she sort of
Alrighty,
holds the torch, and it sheds enough light for you guys to go in.
Is it warm enough that I should probably remove my
You don't have room to do that right now, but yeah, it's
not right now. Okay.
yeah, you're inside the fissure, so it's like you're not in the cave, right? So
We haven't found an opening yet.
right. So again, touching the wall as you guys move in, you can feel it's warm, but it's not hot. However, you finally come to this 10-foot square open area. Across the chamber, you can see that there is some sort of a stone door set in the middle of the far wall. It appears to have some ruins or inscriptions upon it, but from here, even in the torchlight, it's difficult to determine exactly what they say without getting up to the door.
She's gonna walk up and look over the door. Is there any symbology on it?
So
defines
the first
this
thing
door?
you see is that engraved or etched at the top edge of the door is a symbol of a volcano. Okay, so it's the shape of a volcano.
Explosive.
And so again, set on the door is a symbol of a volcano, and a single sentence scribbled underneath it, but you're not really sure what it says. I need to know what languages everybody speaks.
Orc, elf, and common.
Okay.
I've got common and abyssal.
Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Infernal, and Orc.
All right. So you recognize the language, Desmond. It is sort of a draconic slash infernal cross, but you're able to piece out what the thing actually says. And the sentence that's inscribed on the door beneath the symbol of the volcano um, says, "Oh, by the way, I guess I should have played this out, but uh, Cruella is staying outside. She will stay back here, waiting for your return. She's not going into the mountain itself. So you guys are on your own for right now. So should have said that before.
Okay, well, she knows to not go near the entrance. Then. Or is Kalinda accepted on your spell?
Yeah.
She would be accepted.
Hey!
She won't set it off, and it can be set off any number of times. So just because she goes through it won't mean anything.
Agamarin, yeah, it sucks. We discussed it at the beginning of the stream. Appreciate you showing up as always. But unfortunately, well, unfortunately for us, fortunate for her, Hyacinth managed to land a job, and that job now prevents her from being able to play on Friday nights. It's either that or she just doesn't like me anymore. She's just making up a story about getting a job. But regardless, we lost Hyacinth. I left it open for her to be able to come back anytime she wants, whether it's as an NPC or not an NPC, but as a sort of a one shot. If the party happens to be around where she may be, she might be able to come back for a guest visit or something like that. But yeah, I'm definitely sad too because as I explained earlier, Paviskro and Nilo and Figley and Hyacinth and I have been gaming together for like 4 years now. And so she was one of my original gamers. Her and Figley were in the original gaming group. Paviskro and Nilo showed up a little bit later into the campaign. But yeah, it's sad that we lost her. But yeah, actually no, she got summoned from her friend Desiree, who had the temple in Traft, and so something shady was going on there that she couldn't explain, and she just went off to help Desiree. So who knows? Maybe when she finishes her task there, she'll rejoin this group, and we'll have 6. So that's fine with me. But anyway, back to the game at hand, because we've got about 40 minutes left. Because I would like to finish right on time at 11:30. So hopefully we'll be able to get you guys through part of this. But anyway, as you sort of look at it, Desmond, it takes you a little bit, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of sort of muttering and kind of going through the languages and stuff. But you realize it says, "The goddess loves those who sacrifice in her name and shed their own blood. She embraces those who see the point of her argument and trace her name on nature's rock." Did we get that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I am going to, it's kind of funny because I almost always before the game do handouts and stuff, but I don't know why I didn't think to do a handout on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post this in where are you? I'm going to post this in our game chat. See if
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yep.
You could put it in the notes if you wanted.
Oh, yeah, that's a good place to put it. Thank you. Good place to put it. So I'm going to go to Perrenland Notes. And all right, so I know that you've just joined our game, Desmond. But if you go in Discord under the Perrenland campaign, you can see we've got some channels there specifically for the gamers, and we have our notes channel. And I just put what the phrase is, and I'm going to put it. I'll put it in.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm going to
I
also.
see it there.
Yeah, I'm going to also put it out in the live chat so people can see what she said. So again, the goddess loves those who sacrifice in her name and shed their own blood. She embraces those who see the point of her argument and trace her name in nature's rock.
I'm not exactly
Is there a natural looking rock here in front of the door? I'm sorry, I missed
So,
the description.
no, you're fine.
Yeah,
So
don't
it's
ask me.
all natural rock, really. It
Yeah.
is a volcano. So you're in looking natural rock everywhere. The stone door itself actually looks to be of natural rock. It's just squared off, smooth, and set into the wall. On the door itself is etched the symbol of a volcano, and underneath the symbol of the volcano is um, the words that I just gave to you. And was it Nilo or was it Mercy or who is it that knew who Desmond? You knew who Jormy was, right?
Yes.
So you realize that the symbol, Jormy's symbol, is twofold. She has a volcano as her most usual symbol that they use as a symbol. If you see a volcano, that typically means Jory because she is the goddess of like fire and brimstone and all that stuff. But also of a sort of a flaming red-haired woman with ruby eyes and stuff is sort of her other symbol. But the most prominent, well-known one is that of a volcano. So it's obviously the symbol of Jormy on the door, the words about Jormy underneath.
now. I don't.
I am going to cut my hand open,
Okay.
and using the blood in the one hand, I'm going to use the fingers from the other hand to just above the point of the volcano.
Okay.
In the same language that message is written in,
Okay.
write her name.
Okay. So explain to me what again you're doing.
Like I'm right-handed, so I'm cutting my left palm open and using the
Okay.
fingers of my right hand,
Gotcha.
writing her name in the language that was used to write that message in
Okay.
on the door,
So
right at the point of the volcano.
before you go to do that, right? As you go to cut your hand, you notice something on the door itself, right where the letters are. So where you see the where the words, it says again, she embraces those who see the point of her argument. You notice as you're going to cut the palm of your hand that letter T is oddly shaped. And as
Can I cut myself on that?
you look at it, you see that it actually is a very sharp point on that letter T, and you barely touch it, and it slices the end of your finger.
Then I'll use that cut finger to write her name at the very tip
Okay.
of the volcano.
All right. So you begin to write her name on the door, and as it does, suddenly there's this sort of this hissing, sizzling, popping sound, and you hear this poof, as if like something huge and heavy hit, and you see this sort of a puff of dust come from the edges of the door, and suddenly the door goes and it begins to open, revealing a dark tunnel leading into darkness.
I'm going to mutter a prayer asking Obadiah for forgiveness, and I will go through the door.
Okay. You will have to go single file, so I am going to need to know what order we are going down in.
Me first.
I'm content to be anywhere in this chain.
Okay.
All right. Nyla will go right behind him.
Okay. So, bringing up the rear is Mercy. Or Figley will be in the middle. So, Desmond's first, you said?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You want to go first, and I'll go second.
Okay.
I'll have my shield out, and I'll actually draw my longsword. I'll hold a lit torch in my shield hand,
All right.
but I'll drop it if fighting breaks out.
All right. So,
All
Desmond.
right, I do not draw a weapon immediately, but I do have my shield ready.
All right. So, Desmond,
I'll-
Nilo. Go ahead, Pavisco. Sorry.
I'll reach out and offer to take the torch myself. That
Okay.
way, because I can hold on to it if we start fighting.
All right. So, Figley is going to go behind Nalo, then Pavisco, and then Mercy is going to bring up the rear. Cool. So you look and you can see that there is a naturally worn fissure that twists and turns away, but as you can see, it slowly descends into the mountains themselves. You begin to enter. It's wide enough that you don't scrape yourselves like you did as you were entering, and you're able to sling your packs and hold your shield and weapons should you so desire, holding the torch aloft. The ceiling itself is only about 8 to 10 feet. It's about 5 or 6 feet wide, so it gives you guys enough space, although the heat begins to increase just ever so slightly, causing little beads of sweat as you're wearing your heavy outdoor weather gear, working your way down into the depths of a volcano. You journey onwards. 10 minutes. Slowly, you can almost feel the level going down as it slopes down, and every so often there's a little shelf you have to step down, like a wide stair being made for some massive foot. You walk a long ways and then poof, it drops down. Walk a long ways, poof, it drops down. 20 minutes. Still dropping. Temperature's warm, but it's not uncomfortably so. 30 minutes. Continuing down. Suddenly it turns and begins to wind back on itself as if you're on a twisting stairwell. Still every so often a step down. 40 minutes. 50 minutes. You can almost hear your heartbeat. Dum, 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 dum. You can hear it in your ears, and it's sort of almost, it has an illusion of echoing off the wall as you descend. 50 minutes.
Does Pavisco know when he leaves the range of his spell?
He should, I would think. I don't know if it says it in the spell description, Parisco.
I'll tell you straight up that rules is written, no, but all I have to know is, like, did I travel a mile or not?
Yeah.
If the answer is yes, then yes.
Yeah.
And if we've been traveling for 50 minutes at a short walk, we've traveled more than a mile.
Yeah, it's just slow. But again, you have to remember too, I'm also saying that as you're going, you're sort of spiraling. So you're not like going straight distance. So you could spiral back and you're just not deep enough, right? So it's quite
I'll
possible.
just have to cast it when we get to the end of this, and then we'll be good.
60 minutes. The air's feeling kind of stuffy now, kind of catching in your lungs a little bit.
I'm going to turn my armor into its own personal air conditioning unit with my prestidigitation. Yeah. Just chill it down as much as I can.
Your torch begins to flicker as it starts reaching its end of its 1 hour lifespan.
I'll pass a new torch to him. When I'm doing that, I'm going to stop, take off my cloak, and any other gear besides my gloves.
Okay.
I wear to protect my hands with my armor.
Okay.
And I will just kind of stripping down to a comfortable clothing level and putting my clothing in my backpack.
Yeah, I should probably get out of my fur too, shouldn't I?
Yep.
Yeah. I will have Parvisco assist me because Parvisco knows how to work with heavy armor.
Right.
So that takes a hot minute.
I mean, sorry, I know how to what?
You know how to work with heavy armor, so have you help me slip out
for sure, yeah.
Get the fur off because I have a fur. I have a fur
Sure.
damage underneath.
Sure, we're taking all the cold weather gear off is what I'm doing. That's fine. Yeah. I will say that while we're doing that, especially since it's going to take you a minute, I'm just going to use an action to I'm going to use magical tinkering, one of my artificer features.
Okay.
Because we're in a very dark place, I want my dagger, the blade of my dagger, to glow using the 5 foot bright, 5 foot dim that magical tinkering gives. So if the torch goes out or something, I have a backup light.
Okay.
Yeah, it's sheathed for now, so it won't be noticeable.
Okay.
But in the future, I might need that.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay. So.
Ha! You cannot see. Was that the dagger?
Ha!
You're wrong.
I'm gonna stab a bitch now.
So, making yourselves a little more comfortable, taking some water. You didn't realize how much sweat was on you until you removed your gear, and you could feel your armpits kind of soaked. You can feel the tickling trickle of sweat as it runs down the middle of your back.
Just a normal day at work.
Taking a nice, soothing, cool drink of water. You pick your gear up and once again begin to descend.
Man, I play D&D to get out of Florida.
10 more minutes. 20 minutes. Another 30 minutes passes as you continue to descend, slowly spiraling, ever so slowly spiraling, ever so slowly descending. 40 minutes. 50 minutes. Finally, at the end of your 2-hour trek, it begins to widen up. You can see that right ahead there appears to be some kind of a smoking room. It's kind of hard to tell. Let me get my... where is it? Oh. Actually, it sort of begins to widen up into a large cavern. As soon as you get to the edge, you can sense rather than see just how wide open that this place is, because immediately it spreads out and it disappears overhead. The light continues to burn its radius of 30 or so feet brightly, dimly a little farther than that, and you can see that there are smoking stalagmites in this room on the floors. Every once in a while you see this little puff of sort of smoke come up out of it as the lava below sort of bubbles and boils. The room itself is heated to the point where even though you're comfortably wearing your clothing as you like, this is still sort of this is still kind of a hot, right? And so I am going to bring everybody here.
Ooh, hot mama.
Bring everybody here. Bring everybody. Oops, Snail is in front here. Figley here.
It was actually a Desmond than me.
I'm sorry. You're right. As you sort of step in, you can see that this large chamber, from what you can tell, it doesn't look like there are any other exits of any kind. The cavern itself is forbidding and mysterious. The walls and floor are made of a deep red rock formation, which appears much like lava, but it's cooled. Even though most lava cooling turns sort of a blackish basalt kind of a color, this is still retained at sort of a fiery red. Scattered throughout the cavern at random intervals, you can see medium size, some a little larger than others, sort of these stalagmites, sort of these, I call them, like, if they look like these huge giant ant hills or whatever, but they're rock formations formed by more than likely lava bursting up and forming little mini volcanoes inside this. You can see steam coming from each one of them, and you can hear bubbling of what was either lava or perhaps extremely hot water coming from within all of the little spouts. The ceiling, you can see, like I said, it kind of goes out of sight, but it's about 80 feet high, and you can actually, as you sort of hold the torch up and it sort of flickers, you can see what might be little cracks in the ceiling that allow steam and smoke to escape in sort of a natural ventilation. Like I said, other than that, you don't see any other exits from here that you can tell right off.
Now, I rolled a nature check. I got a 14 on it.
Okay.
I'm assuming nature is the best rule I have for this. Do I know what any of this what any stone or glass might be, and why it looks red here specifically?
So more than you can only assume that this is because it's something related to Jorami. It's got to be
Alright,
either
so
magical or the goddess herself or something like that. Just decided she didn't want black rock; she wanted red rock, which is her color. And so,
all right, so my mind goes immediately to religion or magic, and probably religion, considering this is a temple of some
Right.
sort.
Sorry. Oh my god, this volcanic rock like isn't my color. I want it to be red.
exactly, exactly, exactly.
So, like, how red are we talking about? Are we talking about bright red?
No,
or
sort
like
of a
or soft pearl?
yeah, more like a deep
So
red,
more like
a
a
deep
natural,
red.
more like a
yeah,
natural red
exactly.
inside the glass-like rock.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I
And it's not glass-like, really. I mean, it's just the rock has cooled, and usually when lava cools, it turns black. But here it stayed that sort of deep red lava kind of a color.
Yeah, blood lava, wonderful.
So, and like I said, the steps sort of end into this sort of chamber or into this chamber, but from here, as big as it is, you guys don't really see any other exits anywhere. Dun 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 dun.
Take some time to have a look around. Hey, hold on, before we go, and I'm going to just kind of take my have my eagle walk down the edge of my shoulder, and I'm just gonna let him kind of just sail into the dark and just see if he sees anything that we don't.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
From the eagle's perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He has advantage for keen senses and a +3, which is much higher than me. 12. Also has dark vision. Don't know if that matters.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Not really. Yeah, so he sort of flies up, and and from his height up, you realize that the ceiling is 80 feet high. He flies all around the chamber, and you see that the chamber is 100 some odd feet across, and all around, maybe a little more than that because it's kind of oblong. But he sees no other exits. Every so often, he sees what he thinks is movement, but then he looks and he sees it's just like a puff of steam and a bubble of water or lava or whatever coming from one of the shafts that make up these sort of mini volcanoes, whatever you want to call them.
And just to be clear, we've been like traveling through the night. We're probably getting to be pretty tired. Yeah.
Yeah, because you did an extra 2, and now you guys are doing another 2 hours. So now you've done an extra 4 hours. So I will say another hour or so, and you guys are going to start hitting the exhaustion level.
I'm gonna call my eagle back to me and look to the others and say, "Let us look a little closer at these walls and see if we can find another door like the one before. If not,
Sounds good to me.
If not, it's not the worst place to spend the night, I suppose. Except for the heat.
I suppose those that we could probably make warm food here. Those that can see in the dark more easily should be the ones looking for the doors. The others can look for a spot to rest in case we can't find one.
I mean, we have a torch, right?
You have a torch, yeah, but
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying, narrative's sake, a torch isn't nearly as good as division. Narratively,
I mean, sure.
narratively, not mechanical. Mechanical
for sure.
doesn't matter for shit.
Yeah.
All right, so who's going to search for what and who's doing what?
I'm gonna go look for another access point out of here.
All right, so
I'm gonna keep watch for anything dangerous with my
All right.
eagle on my shoulder.
if you want to move your character to wherever you want to move your character,
I like to take Figley with me too.
okay?
I'm
As
gonna follow Nilo.
Okay. And Mercy, and I don't know what you want to do. I just moved you up a little bit. All right.
So, because I don't want to metagame, I'm gonna roll a d6 to determine which direction I go specifically. I'm already gonna go to this little
Metagame.
cub as 1, 2, and 3 over there.
Oh, gotcha, because we can see the little doors.
Yeah.
I was just
Everybody
gonna-
to roll initiative.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Hang on a sec. Let me. Okay, too late. Nyla got a 3. Hang on.
Oh, that was my initiative. That was the D6.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Don't do initiative quite yet. I want us to get us set up here. Ah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Nope, you're fine.
I didn't hear not quite yet until after I'd
Yep.
already released the mouse button.
No, you're fine.
It's okay. Your roll got in there as my roll got in there too.
That's also the wrong roll, by the way.
Yep.
Oh no, wait. Somehow that's correct. Never mind.
Yeah, somehow it worked just right. I don't know how. Oh damn it! You got rid of me too.
You want me to roll again then?
No, because it got you on
Oh,
here.
well, you rolled for me again.
Oh, did it roll for you
Yeah,
again?
my initiative
It did.
was 20.
And I'm gonna say I do like that second roll.
I'm quite sure you do. So, as you guys move toward the center, Mercy is actually going to be up with Desmond. You guys see that these creatures come out, and they look to be almost like they're made of fire. Their bodies are like fiery red, and it looks like they got steam coming off them, and they've actually come bursting up, flying out, almost like they're shot like out of a cannon, out of two of these sort of shaft thingies, right? And they come flying. They're not really big creatures. They're probably about 4 feet tall. They have wicked-looking claws, but like I said, their bodies look like they're, you know how a mirage looks like when you're looking over the road and it has that sort of fuzzy? That's what their skin looks like. It's almost like they're radiating heat as they come blasting out of here. So, Paviskro, your roll was initially a 4.
It was a 14.
Oh, was it?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, I'm first at initiative.
Yeah. And Desmond 3, Frisco, and Figley got a 5.
20.
You had a 20?
Yeah, I had a 20.
I had a 20. Oh well, I'll live.
How'd you
I hope.
Was it because I cleared the chat?
Yeah, I had clicked it just as he said not to.
Oh, so what did you have? I take your word for it. You had a 20?
Yeah, I think I had a 20, unless I was seeing Nilo's, but I thought I had it.
I'll put my foot in my mouth. You're first in initiative.
All right, we'll do this. And you know what? Just because I'm nice like this,
Oh wow.
just because the DM is pro player, don't ever say I'm not pro player. Yeah, always remember that I always like to clear the chat and then start the rolls first after I clear chat. That way it's all clear. And at the top of every
Noted.
round, I do it as well. So after every creature is gone, I like to clear the chat afterwards so we start fresh. Nilo, what is the
Noted.
1 for?
Nothing.
Dude?
You're messing it up. You've ruined the.
Hang on.
You're ruining the flow.
There, how's that?
Ooh. Put them at the bottom of initiative.
Yep, exactly. All right. So as you see these two creatures come flying up out, I need and you spot them with your eagle eyes. Your eagle sort of spots them due to his
eagle's
vision.
eyes.
What is the range of a torch? It is actually 30 feet
30,
bright, 30 feet bright, and then 30 dim, right?
It's 30-30 or 20-20. I'll double check.
I'm pretty sure it's
might actually
30-30.
be 20-20.
Are you sure? Maybe I'm thinking.
It's 20-20. So 20 bright, 20 dim.
All right, so
although-
you can go to
although-
there.
I will say if it's a magmin, I think it glows. I don't know about.
Yeah.
You said they were like made of magma, right?
Yeah, they look like magma, or they're made of,
Yeah.
of lava, or their skin looks like it's radiating heat intensely. So, all right. So, Paviskro, you are top of the order. Well, what do you want to do? And don't forget, party, you do have a nat 1 available.
I'm going to when I see this like magma creature jump up in front of Nilo, I'm just going to say it's been a very long day. I'm going to cast magic missile.
Okay.
So no save, no nothing. I'm just going to roll my d4 plus 1, and it's going to take times 3. Takes 15 damage. Force
15 force damage.
max
Nice.
damage. I almost wish I'd divided those missiles up now.
So, as soon as it comes up and comes flying at you, you fire, poof, poof, It literally disintegrates in the air. Hang on just a second. I need to see something here. So as you hit it, it literally explodes in midair, and as it explodes, you watch as it like erupts, like its whole body erupts, spraying lava everywhere in a 10-foot radius. It's like literally like popping a water balloon as it splats. So, all right.
Ugh. That could get dangerous. Don't get close to these guys.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Anything else for Perviskro?
I think, yeah, that's gonna be my turn. I'm done.
Okay.
That body was most definitely molten.
Nailo,
Right? Yeah, I
yes.
don't want to hit it with my sword.
Yes,
Okay.
and as you watched it as it sort of disappeared.
Yeah, I like Paviskro's method. I'm gonna shoot the other one.
Hey, look at that.
Okay.
We're missile buddies.
All right.
She holds out her hand, and just three little shots shoot out her hand, like out of her open palm, and smack into it.
What's the range on 120? So you're definitely
Yeah,
within range.
it's long distance.
All right. Once again, you watch as this thing fires, poof, and it absolutely just evaporates into nothingness.
Something
you
that
see-
might
and
be
you
noticed.
s-
They look like fire when they come out, but it's still force
Yep.
damage. But it looks like fire.
Yep. As you guys see nothing else. What do you want to do?
Right, well, that was annoying. Let's be careful. There could be other things lurking in here. Who knows?
Desmond, just as you pass by, you get right here, poof, another one right next to you. What are your actions?
I'm going to attack with my sword and hope that I don't wreck my sword.
Okay.
Oh man, it's gonna blow up. We're all dead.
All right. Go ahead and go to hit. Armor class hits. Go ahead and do your damage. 9 damage. As this thing, hang on just a second. You slice through it, and your body, and your just like a reaction, as you whirl, your blade slices right through it, cleaving this thing completely in half. Suddenly you just watch as its body sort of bubbles for a second and explodes, splattering lava everywhere. I need you to make a let's see, first of all, everybody within a 10 foot, so
Yeah. So
I need nope, Nilo is just out of range. So there's Figley, however, is not. So I need Figley, Desmond, and Paviskro all to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Is absorb elements oh yeah, it's a self spell. Never mind.
Yep.
yeah.
I was
Yeah, you
gonna
can't
slap
absorb
I was
my
gonna
elements.
slap it on
Yeah.
Paviskro for the moment and give it to him.
Hey, that's a cute thought, but I've got a lot of HP for a wizard. Let's see what happens.
Ooh, barely. Save made 11. Figley rolled an 11. Desmond got a 23. Now I just need Paviskro.
Yeah, here it is.
And a 20. All right. So you guys sort of cry out a little bit in pain as the lava splatters all over you. However, you manage to dodge the worst of it, and each of you suffers 5 hit points of fire damage as you destroy the magma man. But you take a splattering of 5 hit points of fire damage in the process of doing so.
This is what I meant by dangerous. As I'm watching the cinders and the little tiny flecks of as I'm trying to get those off of me without touching them with my hands.
You hear once again as 3 more of these creatures come flashing up. And see, that was Desmond's. So now Mercy. Mercy is going to move up, and she is going to defend to make sure that they don't get past her. And so she moves up, and she
A crossbow, right?
I'm looking to see. Yes, she has a hand crossbow. But I was.
I think.
think the hand crossbow would be better, huh?
I mean, up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that because next time she can just do her as a bonus
Yeah.
action, bloody herself. All right, as she is going to aim at this one right here, this Magma Man 3. She is going to go after her or use her hand crossbow. Why didn't it fire? There it is. 17 hits. As she does 5 hit points of damage to the Magman. Bummer.
Nice.
Wish it had been taken out first. And that is going to be her action. As this Magma Man is down, let's go ahead and remove him from combat. Oh, I forgot I need to add 3, 5. I'm going to rename this guy, sorry. My apologies. For some reason I gave him the same name as the other one, but I think that was because of how I brought them out. So I'm going to add 4 and 5 and 6. There we go. 4. Yeah, this one's gone. That one's gone. Okay, now we are. So that was her. So now the Magman goes. As I think their movement is 30. I just want to make sure. Yep, movement 30. Damn it. Shift. Cool. He's going to move right to here. And he is going to touch.
I'm gonna reach out and touch someone.
Yep. So he's reaching out and he is going to try to touch Figley. Come on. Why does this not work for me? There it is. Hits with a 21. 4
Just
hit
like
points
that.
of fire damage.
Oh no, he's dead. I'm sorry.
No, he's not quite dead, but he's...
I know.
Yep.
Close enough.
Yep. And that is going to be his. As Figley... Ah! Ah! Rick! Get off me! Get off me! Get off me!
Don't kill it this close.
Yeah, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? If he moves away, he's going to get a attack of opportunity. So, is it... Yep.
He can disengage as a bonus action
Yes,
as a rogue. So he
you're
can run
right.
as far
He's
as he wants.
disengaged. Thank you, because I didn't realize he...
I swear to God, though, if he blows up that magman while I'm right next to him, I'm gonna be so upset.
Yep. He is
Oh,
going
man.
to...
If he does, can I duck behind this cone of rock here?
You're far enough away, you'll be fine.
He is going to disengage, and he's going to try to get over here away from everybody, and he's going to whip out his short bow, and he is
hold
going
it.
to attack Magma Man number 6 that's sitting up there.
Okay.
Why did it do short sword attack? I didn't want short sword attack. Short bow, 10. Oh, misses. Alright, Figley moved and he missed. Now it's the Magma Man's turn as he jumps down and he rushes at Nilo.
Shield at the ready.
Shield at the ready. So he goes for the touch. 24. I believe that is a natural 20.
Let's replace that with that one we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Natural 1.
Sounds good to me.
Natural 1, as you guys used. Nicely done.
I think that's probably good a time as
Yeah,
any.
we don't need a crit against us, especially when they have an AoE.
Yep. All right. So that creature misses. That leaves.
After their shield.
That is all.
Sit down.
That is all the attacks. Moving to the next round. Paviskro.
I can push this one away from us, but I don't know about the other one.
It's not gonna.
Very well played.
So this is a fun little interesting game of like a Minesweeper, basically.
This is true.
Which Magman is this? What number is
This
he?
is number. That one is
4, I believe.
number 5. Number 4 is up here
Okay.
on the hill. Number 5 is here, and number 6 is there by Nilo.
Right. Well, he gets an opportunity attack because I'm stepping away.
Okay.
If he wants to take it, it's up to him.
And he rolls a 6 as he misses.
Yeah. And I'm going to get out of what I've seen now twice, the range of that explosion.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold, because I'm not concentrating on anything, I'm going to hold a magic missile.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold it for basically the start of its turn before it gets to move.
Okay.
So I'm giving my allies time to move away. And I'm going to say it out loud, step away from it!
Okay.
You know, as I'm channeling the spell.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Is that it for you?
Oh yeah, that's my turn.
Nilo.
Yeah, good call.
Nilo, you are up.
Yeah, he
Oh,
moved.
my bad. I didn't even have the button pressed. That's out of the way of it. I'm gonna step over here, putting myself between it and Figley.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to shove it back. Now, normally, I think this is normally a Battle Master thing, but I don't have the superiority die or anything. But I believe I can still attempt to shove it.
Anyone can replace an attack with an attempt to shove.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try
You just won't
to.
do any damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the. This will be a strength opposition, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Is it only 5 foot, or is there or can I push it further with
No, it would
higher?
be. It'd be a 5
So-
foot.
Effectively, what you're doing is you're taking an expensive disengage and moving him 5 feet. So, bear that in mind.
Now that, like I said,
This is a Magnum 6, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hold my action to slash at it. And I tell Figley and Mercy, I'm about to hit this one. Get away from it.
Okay. Is that it for you?
And I will hold my swing for when the two of them manage to move out of the way, because this is 6.
Okay. Desmond.
I am going to move a little bit
Okay.
right there,
Yep.
and then I'm going to switch weapons to my longbow.
Okay. You can still attack.
Then I'm going to shoot this one up here on top of the cone.
Okay. You probably have to move over a little bit because this thing's right in your way. There's a. Yeah. I think
I figure a 9 misses though.
that's fine though. Okay, that's cool. Go ahead and go for your. Oh yeah, 9 does miss. 9 does miss. Yep. Armor class 14 for those that are keeping track. Yep, armor class 14. Okay. All right. So you move and miss as the Magman comes rushing down. Right, and is going to try to attack Mercy. 18, I think that just hits her. Yeah, it does hit. Her armor class is 15,
Yeah.
so that does
Yeah,
hit,
well, I think roll 18 and below.
and she takes 10 hit points of fire damage.
Ouch. Hopefully she'll get out of there.
Oh, yeah,
She's about to take a lot more if she doesn't.
yeah, yep. As she elects to, yeah, disengage is a bonus action only for a rogue, but anybody can disengage, right?
Anybody can disengage as an action.
Yep. So
certain races and classes can do it as a
yep.
bonus.
So she's going to disengage, and then just move. So for her, there we go. She's going to move over here, saying "fuck that." All right, that is hers. It's Magman 5.
Ready to action.
Ready to action.
Ready to action.
Ready to action
Yep,
goes off.
Let's do this magic missile. So that's going to be 4, 8, 12 damage to this one.
it explodes like I said, a big wet balloon. Poof. All right. As
My held action is my reaction, right?
Yeah, you lose your reaction if you.
Okay, so I can't absorb elements this one. All right.
No, but
So-
fortunately you didn't get hit.
5.
Well, no, I'm about to
Yeah.
get hit.
So Figley
Yeah, I will say you can drop your held action to use a regular
stops
reaction.
over here, and he is going to shoot at this one that came down off the hill. He's gonna.
He's still in range of the one in front of me.
I think he's shooting at this one. That's
Yeah, the one up on
but
the hill.
he's in range. He's in range of the one in front of me.
He might
I'm
move after. We'll see.
Okay.
Oh! I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, he just wanted to move over. He can move here.
Let him take a shot.
He can move here.
There we
That's
go.
fine. 7 misses. As Magman 6 goes to.
Did you have a ready action?
Yep,
Milo?
he does.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh man. That's a hell
Yeah.
of a ready action.
Pretty sure that hits. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
DC 11. Any day now. Failed your save.
Of course I did.
You suffer 8 hit points of fire damage, Nilo.
As it just burned.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I let out a nice loud shout of "Ow!"
Yeah, I can only imagine this is like.
As you
100
guys,
times worse.
as you guys hear another thump, as yet another magman appears from the south end of the chamber.
So,
But only
that
one.
was-
But only one. Yes, so you suffered 8 hit points of fire damage from there. I need to add this one back to it. And it is at the top of the order. All right, back to the top. Anybody else got anything? I think that was everybody. Clear in
Think we all got
chat.
everything?
Going to the next round. Paviskro, you are up. Oh, hang on.
This one right.
Sorry. Magman 6 is gone. Okay.
Did this one here take damage?
It has. Well, I take it back. Yes, it did take some damage, but not enough to do to destroy it.
Do you mind telling me how much real quick?
It took 5.
Okay. Man, I really don't like wasting this many spell slots, but I really don't. You know what? Yeah, let's risk it for the biscuit with a mind sliver. I can save a spell slot. It's worth it.
Which one?
This one needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
Hopefully he's not too smart.
Rolled a
He's
10.
not too smart. All right. Let's see if a d6 can do it. I'm gonna guess not.
What is that? Is that damage?
I did 3 points of psychic damage.
Okay. So close. He had 1 left.
Of course he has one.
All right. As the Magmen. Anything else from Briscoe?
Yeah, I'm gonna move a bit, but that's it.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself.
I'll just move myself. Yeah, I'll just move myself where I want to. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna climb, scurry up here a bit.
As the Magman scurries up, seeing the semi-flaming Nalo as the fires of her clothing are being put out from the explosion of the lava that just hit all over her. It now runs up to attack her. Rolls an 11,
Miss.
misses, no damage. As now it is Nalo's turn.
I'm gonna let him take a free shot at me as I back up.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself. 8 misses. Okay.
All right. I can. Is it a move action to load the crossbow? I
Hey,
forgot.
hang on a second. Just so you know, Paviskro, that's about a 10-foot climb to get up there where you're at. That's a ridge. Sorry.
I will adjust my position accordingly.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah,
Good.
that's a
Continue.
ridge
No
there.
need to play
If
on
you
my
look at
part.
the top, northeast of the map, you can see there's a path up there, but from where you're at there, it's about a 10-foot climb.
Gotcha.
That's fine though.
Yeah, I'll just put myself like in this crevice over here.
That's fine. So, Niola, what'd you say?
Crossbows. Was it a move action to reload, or can I just load and fire a crossbow on the whim?
No, you can reload each round of fire. No, that's fine.
Gotcha. Okay.
The loading property restricts you to 1 attack per turn with a crossbow,
Yeah.
but other than that,
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna step back and kind of toss my sword to the side there as I fire my crossbow.
Okay. 10 misses.
Okay.
Okay. Desmond, you're up. Firing at
let's
him.
hope you can take this bird out before he gets in melee with someone.
Okay.
Which one?
Do not this one right here, the south one, the southmost one.
All right.
has like 1 HP. If you can hit it, it's dead.
24.
Well,
Yep.
of course.
Poof! As it goes up in flames, as it goes flying with lava spilling all over the thing, and just sizzling and popping, reminding you just what could have happened had you been standing underneath it or next to it.
I'm gonna assume that arrow's gone for good.
Yeah. Anything that hits it, the arrows are gone. So, and that was Magman 4. Yep. So he is no longer. So Mercy. I want to make sure she still has her. What's the range of the hand crossbow again?
Long, but not super long.
Yeah, she's gonna get.
It can hit these.
Well, I need to know that is the range like 25 feet long, or is like.
It has probably at minimum 30 feet.
All right, so
I
we'll
would
do that.
guess.
So we're gonna do that. She's gonna be just in range if it has to come at her, but. 15 hits. 7 hit points of damage.
Ang over here said it's 3120.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. All right. And now it is Figley's. Figley's going to take a shot with his bow. $19 hits. 6 hit points of damage. As Figley's arrow slices through it, catching it, splitting it in half. You guys watch as the creature explodes, sending the splattered remains of itself all over the place. But fortunately, you hear no more sizzling and popping, as it seems like the last of the creatures have been vanquished.
I'm gonna pat out any last bits of fire on my armor and look around. That's got a bit too hot. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I can't say I enjoyed it.
I cast
It's
Goodberry
Okay? You cast
and
good.
pass out
Okay, sorry.
2 each.
2 each. Okay. So everybody gets 2 hit points back if they eat their berry.
Good berries.
And-
I love them.
And you guys are now completely stuffed full, ready for a nap.
Yep. Okay. Yes. Back to what we were doing, I believe.
Yeah, looking for a way out of here.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and get me. Let me see here.
Since I'm taking Figley with me to look for the. I rolled a 3. That's 1, 2, 3. I'll be going this way first.
All right, hang on a sec. I don't see your roll.
You erased it a while back.
Go ahead.
That was-
Go
that
ahead.
was the
Re-roll.
3 that I-
Go ahead and do a re-roll for a search.
Oh, I think he was rolling which direction he was going.
Oh,
actually.
yeah. Yeah, that wasn't a search. So
I was
just
going over there first.
Yeah, I just go ahead and give me an investigation check, everybody, for the entire chamber. It'll make it
now-
easy this way.
I'll do
I'm
it.
taking Figley with me for help.
Okay.
Can I use his roll at advantage, or do I have to use mine?
We can do his roll at advantage.
He's probably better at searching for things than I am.
Yep. So let's give me investigation.
I'll take Mercy with me for the same reason.
Okay.
I rolled a 24 total.
Okay. Figley got a 29. So you guys find right in the middle of the wall over here where I'm clicking, you guys find the outline of an exit door or a hidden door. No other exits are found in the search. It takes you about probably an hour, and you guys are wiped and exhausted as you finally, in the heat of this place sort of beating on you after being so used to the cold weather for the past months, you guys now in this warmer environment, having just gone through this destruction or this battle, this combat with all these lava creatures. You're huffing and puffing. You're weak. Even though you've been filled now with the good berry and your stomachs are full, you're still sort of a little bit worn out. But you're fortunate to find right here where I have placed Figley and Nalo. You guys find a hidden door leading out of this chamber, and that's where we're going to leave our game tonight.
All right.
Nicely done. Nicely done. For those that know, what we're going to do now is kick it on over into our after party. I would invite everybody to join us because typically what I like to do is, or what we do here is, on our Discord channel. If you know our Discord channel, if you don't, just go click on Discord on our homepage, and it'll take you to our Discord channel, and you can come to the open chat. And so I am going to go ahead and log off of Astral, go into Discord, and I am getting ready to shift over into our open channel. If you go to the voice channels, there's one that's called Open. I'm going to shift over to that. I definitely invite anybody that wants to join us to hit our Discord and come back. So 3, 2, 1, shift. And here we are in the other Discord channel. Everybody hear me?
Whoa!
Can you guys hear us out in chat still?
There you
Agamarin, can you hear us?
Check chat.
Way out there? Can you hear us? Check, 1, 2.
Yep, we're live. We're still good.
Yes. Yeah, so I definitely would like you to go watch it, but basically the party met the person they were supposed to meet, who told them where they needed to go, and that's where they went. And so here we are. And so I appreciate you guys that have hung with us this entire time. I definitely feel the love. Like I said, I don't care if it's 1 or 2 people come every week or every other week to watch us play. That's enough for me. I'm here to play with my players, but if you guys appreciate it, I definitely appreciate you guys showing up. Corvus, I really do appreciate you re-upping your sub. I know he's probably not here,
no
but Troy was before the game even started. It was before we were officially live. I just had the stream of starting screen up, and Troy's already here dropping 500 bits to us, and then he re-upped his subscription. So I definitely appreciate the love I got from him. But yeah, man, good game tonight. Trav, definitely appreciate you coming, man. Hey! Oh yeah.
Today was an unusually early day for me, so I'm going to go ahead and log off. I just want to say thank you to everyone for having me.
Oh, dude, no problem.
And I will be back next time.
problem.
Yep,
man.
no problem.
We hope to see you back in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah, looking
will.
forward to getting to know you.
Yeah, man.
Good night.
All right, dude. See you later.
Have a good night.
Bye, bro.
All right, I have to do something here. That really kind of bothers me. Where is it? She is character 4, I think. Is that right? No. For after party cam, yes. I forgot to change the name because I'm an idiot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I forgot to change the name. So we're going to do this, and it's going to be. See if we can get that all in there or not. Guess not. We'll have to shrink it down just a tad. And put it right there. And there we go. Now we're done. So now you guys get to see and the after party. Ta-da! Yeah, it's still a little bit behind me. I'll have to relocate him, I think. just to get his name out there. So I did the picture, but I forgot the name. That's so Sean. There we go.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
happens.
Now we go. All right. Actually, Agamran, he is a ranger. So yeah, definitely has the druid feel to him, but he's a ranger. So I appreciate. Yeah, man, it was a good game tonight. Still kind of miss Kaylee a little bit, but
Eh,
this would have been a
it's gonna
great
happen.
group if we would have had Desmond and Kaylee too, man. That would have been pretty awesome. But
would've been, yeah.
hopefully next time, frickin' Figley will be able to show up. If he's gonna keep bailing on me, man, I'm just gonna have to drop his character too. He'll be back down to 4. Nah, I won't do that. I can't do that to Austin. It's not his fault. He has Fridays off, but they have him.
They called it. He's opening tomorrow.
Yeah, and his open is he gets there at 4 o'clock.
He's still over at the still over at Woodbury and 50, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's still
Yeah.
there.
I ran in-
let's not give people exact
Yeah.
addresses.
Yeah. So,
Oh no, I didn't give exact. I never. I
You
don't.
know,
yeah, that's all right.
getting close there, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I ran into him one time. I went in there grabbing some stuff, and I ran into him there.
Yeah, man. So, it was a good game. It's a good game. So, how things going in your life, man? How's work going, Adam? How's the new job? Not new job, but how's the job?
It's been interesting.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking for something a little bit more stable, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Because like, you know what I'm doing, right?
No. Well, no.
Okay.
You said you were doing like web maintaining, right?
Yeah. So I've got something like lined up, but it hasn't really like fully gone through yet
Yep.
on for like maintaining some guy's website for him after building it and shit.
Yep.
It's
Talk
a
to-
pretty simple site.
We need to
but,
talk to me offline. What do you normally? What's your language preference, right? Because do you ever do anything with any React or anything like that?
I've never done any React, but I like to think that most of my education has been focused on like the logic behind it, not necessarily language specific stuff.
Yep.
So I can pick up a new language,
Right.
if I know I need it for a project or something like that.
I'm just saying because we're still hiring, right? And so
Oh yeah.
we do our code base is on one side of the house it's .NET stuff, right? .NET, C#,
Yeah.
and React for the front end stuff, and on the other side we
Gotcha.
use Ruby and React and stuff over there as well. So
Gotcha. I'm definitely familiar with C#. In fact, that was for a while when I was at Daytona. That was
Absolutely,
my
I got it.
preferred.
yeah,
That was my preferred language.
Yep.
I've dabbled like the tiniest bit in Ruby.
Yeah.
React, I'm unfamiliar with, but
Yeah.
probably.
yeah, it's
something I
JavaScript
can pick
front
up.
end stuff. So I mean, I know
Yeah.
like I'm learning Ruby just because the team
Uh-huh.
I'm running is going to have Ruby stuff in it eventually. But I'm a
Mm-hmm.
.NET C# guy, right? So
Yeah,
um,
C#.
Yeah, I mean that's for 20 years that's what I've done, and so they bring me in to take over this new team, and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's all this stuff's going to be in Ruby." I'm like, "Yeah, let's see. Let's take the guy who's done .NET for his entire career, like all 20 years of it, and let's put him in charge of the Ruby stuff." You guys are freaking clueless. No, but it's actually
My-
good. It's actually because a lot of the stuff that I work on is on the .NET side of the house. But as we go forward, I'm building out stuff that's in Ruby because eventually it's all going to be a consolidated code base. But we're talking 4 or 5 years down the road, which is
Yeah.
time for me to retire.
Hey, yeah.
So,
Are you looking like what are you guys looking for? Like front end, back end, full
everything,
stack?
dude. I am telling you, we are blowing up. Last year, a year and a half ago, they had about 100 employees. We just passed 500 employees this past
Damn.
year. Our valuation went from 200 million last year, 1.7 billion in March, and just yesterday they announced that we were valued at 3.7 billion. That's how
Nice.
fast we're growing. And so hit me up offline, and I'll send you the info. I don't know if you have the skill sets necessary, but the worst we can do is point you in the direction of our recruiter guys and see what they got to
Yeah, of
offer.
course.
So,
The
I mean,
most
there's
experience-
everything. There's project management, there's BA stuff, there's everything that has to do
Yeah.
with it. And
So
Like-
yeah, is sorry, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, like it or not, cannabis is blowing up, and it's going to keep blowing up.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't use it myself, but I know people who do, and ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you aren't hurting nobody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Um, yeah, no.
My
If you've got some intro things open, then I'll definitely take a look at that.
Yep.
Send an application your way.
Yep. Yeah, it wouldn't be my way. I would put you
Well,
directly in touch with our recruiters just so
of
we
course.
can kind of see what's going on.
Sure.
Because, like I said, I really don't know.
Yeah, definitely something to look into.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be fun.
the most coding experience I have, I entered a computer course at my high school in my senior year because I was required to get one more elective course. And then the teacher quit halfway through the year, so they just brought in a substitute teacher and turned the entire course into an internet safety course.
That's awesome.
Yes, you did, eh? But yeah,
Yeah,
so
sorry. Agamarin, nobody entered the raffle.
yeah, not even I did. I was a good player this time.
Yeah.
Not even I entered it.
Yeah, not even Naila. And I don't know why people don't enter. I guess people just aren't interested in it. But I don't have I don't have sponsors and stuff like that where I can actually do giveaways. But it is what it is. That's fine.
You can give out Hershey's Kiss every now and then.
Yeah. Okay. By the time you get it to your house, it'll be melted. But so yeah, dude, that'd be cool. I mean, like I said, it's stable. It's definitely a stable job, right? So
Yeah.
and it's kind of funny because we've got people on our team that do that on our Ruby side of the house, and they're all new folks too. Because I see people all the time. Hey, I'm new on Ruby. Can you help me with this? And it's like, yeah, absolutely. And that's what it is. They have such a mix of everybody, and it really is a good group too, man. The folks are awesome to work with. The company motto is LFG, so I mean that's kind of cool. So for those that don't know,
Yeah.
that's let's fucking go. And it's weird to see your CEO, who's like 34 years old, standing there saying, "All right, folks, let's fucking go." Like, damn, dude.
I like it.
It is.
I like that attitude. I
It
like
is.
that attitude.
It is. I mean, they are very open about what they're trying to do, and apparently the industry loves us because, I mean, we've got everybody from Snoop Dogg to what's his name from one of the major basketball stars, Kevin Hart. Is that who it is? I know Kevin Hart's also.
I don't
an
think Kevin. That's a
Well, I know
comedian,
he's a
I think.
comedian, but
don't
I
know if
thought
he does basketball.
I thought there
He's real
was
short
I
for-
thought there was a basketball player named Hart too. So maybe it's not Hart. Kevin Durant. Sorry, Kevin Durant. So Kevin Durant is a member as well as far as the financial backing and stuff like that. So it's like they got last year or earlier this year they got 200 million, and then this last week they got another 350 million. So it's pretty awesome.
I'm looking through React right now because it is something I haven't really used in any of my schooling. And
React and
it doesn't
Angular.
it doesn't look that bad.
No,
it actually looks
yeah, it's
it looks
sorry.
I was gonna say it looks a little bit like some other stuff I've worked with. Looks like a little bit PHP, a little bit C#, like
Yeah, that's the
a
thing.
little bit of HTML.
Well, I mean, it is a lot of HTML. It's
Yeah,
literally
of course.
front end stuff, right? So JavaScript, Angular, stuff like that.
Exactly.
So if you can get into the JavaScript side, it's just there's a lot of nuances and stuff, and a lot of cool things you can do with it. But
Yeah, I think I'll have to do a project in React just to see how
that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. That's how I'm doing my my Ruby. It's like every day, because they're a lot of the guys that I work with are on West Coast time. All of our first day meetings, like our stand ups and stuff, are like 12:30 our time. So it's like at my lunchtime. So I just kind of piddle around half the time, and for like the first 2 hours of the day, from like 8 to 10, 8 to 11, I'm just on YouTube. I'm on Stack Overflow. I'm on
Yeah.
other training sites and stuff, just learning some Ruby stuff and learning how all that shit goes. So
Yeah, first thing whenever I want to learn a new language is I'll just go see if it's on Web3 schools.
Yeah.
And I'll just if it's there, I'll go through the full thing, and then once I'm done, all right, let's do a project. Let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. So
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So you guys are one step closer to the promised land.
Oh yeah, the promised land, is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I mean, I try to set the atmosphere as you guys are going down into this. I thought I was doing okay.
You know, You know, I think something that really stood out to me was the way the landscape was described. I really did enjoy that.
Did you? Was it good?
Yeah.
Was it good for you? Good.
Yeah. What?
Well, no. I mean, I'm just saying. I understand, but I mean, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it because I'm trying to make it sort of mysterious and spooky and weird and whatnot. Just because, I mean, how many
You're
times
doing
you
a
get
good job.
how many times you get a chance to go downstairs 2 hours in the middle of a volcano?
Yeah. I also really liked beforehand how you were like kind of like really making us feel like the landscape is harsh but beautiful at the same time.
Yeah.
Like I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Felt good.
That's what I just try to picture myself if I'm walking across this mountain pass. What do you see? What does it feel like and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it was good. Oh man, first yawn of the night. First yawn of the night. I still
was,
got 4 minutes to go. 3 minutes.
It's not the first. It's not the first one. I've just been muted when I did it.
All right.
Yeah. I didn't sleep last night, so
Yeah.
I'm on 24 hours no sleep. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, we're up and about. So I think because Agamran is always here every week, we need to get him in as an NPC, man. We need to bring you in as a additional player.
Make him like a bandit captain.
Yeah,
or
you do
something
like
and make
you could
him
be the
like an
bad
enemy,
guy.
you
We're
know?
gonna bring you in as the bad guy. I'm gonna pull up an NPC
Yeah.
and I'm gonna add him to Astral. We'll add you to Astral, and then you can come in or you can just say what you want, and then I'll do all the Astral stuff for you. I'll do the dice rolling and whatnot for you and stuff. So, yep. See, he's the only one. He is our dedicated fan right there. He's our fanboy. So we need to take care of our fanboys.
Sure.
He comes to everyone and running away.
Yeah.
Unkillable keeps popping up and running away. Yep. So that's it. That's it. We have one of those in our play by post game. Every time they think they're going to kill him, he gets away. You got one of them, though.
Well,
You got one of them.
one down.
Yep.
One more to go. I
Yep.
think probably a lot more than that. Really.
Well, the sort of the middle tier management guys,
Oh yeah, sure. But after that,
yeah, he's the one that was running the hand in Westburn. He's a bad dude.
I think they're all kind of bad dudes.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of their whole
When
thing.
they eat people, that tends to make them bad
Yeah.
dudes.
Yeah, I don't think calling yourself the Hand of Death and endorsing cannibalism and trying to flood the material plane. There's a lot of bad stuff happening there.
Yep. Yep. But I think you guys are going to enjoy the next series if you guys head where I'm hoping you'll head and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I think you will.
It's really wild to think about that game and just like how long it's been running.
I know.
And the fact that we're still third level after 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
But after Darkgate, you guys will be fourth level. Because I keep track, even though I do it as a milestone, I keep track of what you guys encounter. I gave you guys a 500 experience point story point award at the end of this particular arc, and so
Yeah.
I think you guys should have enough for fourth level after Darkgate.
Yeah.
And then from Darkgate, I'm expecting you guys to head to the Underdark, to head over to the other side of the world. So that'll be fun.
That is exciting.
I think it is.
Yeah. I after I ran the Sunless Citadel using EXP rules, my players are like, "Hey, so milestone's great and all. Most of us have used it for our games, but could we do a game with EXP?" So my current campaign is running on EXP right now, and
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of yeah. I used to like milestone a lot because I could control the pacing, but I do appreciate as a player like having EXP is a lot of fun. Just knowing when you're going to level up next,
Right.
seeing that progress meter fill up every time.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
always fun.
it's there's a little bit of a dopamine rush there, so I get it.
Yeah.
And
My players wanted me to use experience when I'm giving them their game. It's only 2 players.
Mhm.
And they certainly enjoy it. But with the 2 of them being the only 2 players, they surround themselves with another 2 or 3 NPCs and another 5 or 6 that they can pull from if they manage to find them in different cities. So they still have a full party with them most of the time. And they get subtracted from the experience pool, and they level up with the characters as long as they travel with them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But they definitely appreciate the extra experience.
Yeah, I'm I'm running kind of a sandbox kind of style game where I've kind of merged 4 modules together and I'm running them in the same place, and what they choose to engage with is where we go from there.
That's cool.
Like, yeah, I spent because I knew I had a few months leading up to the game to prep. So I just kind of built like, all right, if you go this way, I know what's north. If you go east, I know what's east. Go west, I know it's west, and if you go south, I know it's south. You guys tell me what you want to do.
Right.
And there's all sorts of little leads in there. But I figured for something like that, EXP is a lot better because, who knows what story beats we're going to hit, which ones we're going to miss. Milestone planning would be a pain.
Yeah. Yep. All right, man. It is midnight. I have got my requisite. Technically, I wanted 5 hours, but 4 hours and 44 minutes. I was actually late. I like to start the stream 30 minutes ahead of time just because I'm a dick like that and I want to get extra hours added so I don't have to stream 50 times a month. But
It works.
yeah, so I was a little bit late, but that's fine. So we got 4 hours and 45 minutes in coming down here in about the next 8 seconds or so. So once again, I know probably everybody that's still watching is already knows about our stream, but we do our first edition stream every Monday, same time, same channel, obviously. Every other Friday, we do our 5e stream, this particular stream. So we will see you guys next time on the October 30th, maybe. Oh, snap. Well, so we're going to, no, sorry, the 29th. Sorry, because it's after midnight. It showed the 16th. So the 29th, which is good because the 30th is Figley's birthday. So hopefully he will be able to join us on the 29th because we're taking him out and I get to buy him his first legal drink on the 30th.
Oh, nice.
So, Agamren, man, it's always a pleasure to see you out in chat. We appreciate you making time to, after you get off work or whatever time it is where you're at, getting on here and catching out the stream. Hopefully you'll be able to see what happened in our video on demand. And so, yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Yep. So we definitely appreciate the cheer as well, man. Every little bit helps. And I know if Monkey's out there, he's probably gone by now. But I know the group is definitely appreciative of the fact that you gave him that nat 1 because that could have been ugly real fast for Nyla.
Yeah, we probably saved her like 14 points of damage or something like that.
Easily. Well, the max they could do is it's D6 plus 1. I think it. No, 2d6. Sorry. No, sorry. It's 2d6. So yeah, we could have got up to 24 points of damage there really fast.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
Don't you have like 28?
Yeah.
I have 28, and as long as I don't die, I stay standing even if I go past that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also 28 hit points that you don't have now.
Yeah, exactly.
You are correct. I'm not too terribly concerned
I'm just going to say, you took probably 2 explosions after that as well, so let's just put that in perspective. Yeah, sure, you don't go down the first one. What about the next 2?
Yep, exactly.
Well, after that first go, I would not be getting in close after that. I'm like,
I suppose that's fair. Someone else would have had to take it for you.
Back it up. I got absorb elements. I got shield.
Good choices.
Yeah, and I got a person who can reverse time right behind me.
Yep.
A little bit.
All right.
Just a bit.
All right, guys. I don't want to keep the chat any more than we have to. We appreciate it. See you all next time. And until then, remember, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. Talk to you next time. See ya.
Bye. Have fun.
Good night, chat.
I just waved at my wall.